This is the first step along your path to a gateway beyond which is discovery, your own discovery of reality.
Yo, Taylor, Lorenz, you're the first on this list, spreading gossip and lies. Every word's got a twist, living for the clicks, all the drama and buzz. But underneath the hype, what's the cause, what's the fuss? You think you're a Swift, but I see Taylor Ham, a cheap imitation, serving up your own spam. Your dad's Walt Lorenz, CEO of Hobbs Inc., and grandpa's Dr. Walt Bayer, AG Shady Link.
0 people in my family lived in Germany.
You lie, but pictures say 6 million words, and that's why we'll show you this pic of Grandpa Walt hanging laundry to dry. Taylor, your sister, you know, little Chaya, Raycheck, or libs of TikTok, whatever gives you your fix, but handling your own kin is low for even you. Save your sister now and just give up your Lebensborn crew, bitch. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Obsessed with Elon, want that billionaire dream, begging for a horse, but nobody cares it seems. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in the void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void. Your headlines scream loud, but they echo in a void. Lebensborn legacy, just a ploy to fill the void in your heart. In the age of truth, all your tales will combust. Your house of cards falling, turning lies into dust. Saturn worshippers eating babies in the dark, but we punch up so high, we'll find our fucking mark. Coming for you, babies. Leebies. Meet the Levies, the Levies, the little Levies, the little Licky Levies, the little lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies, the lecherous Levies. They're here everywhere. Levies. Paul Wysopal, or should I call you Timothy McVeigh? Are you proud of your sin? Do you hear the children's cries echo in your dreams? MK Ultra puppet manipulated schemes. So what's your plan now? The Long Island submarine saboteur sequel. Your resume lines up pure evil. Executed McVeigh, then got Fargo to Red Lake. It's an Indian reservation right around 9/11. What did you do to get that promotion, Paul? Whose strings did you pull? Whose rise did you stall? Did Hill or Bill come to you with the scheme? Blow up their documents, get to keep your slate clean? Are they Lebensborn too, baby? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn? Are they Lebensborn too, Paul? Omar Mateen had American dream, but because he's not Aryan, he don't get the same scheme. No rushed execution, no prison break plan. What, he's not really worth it, Paul? Great mentor man, great mentor man, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul, great mentor Paul. Good job, buddy. Great job. And that city of Tampa vid with Bubba Corn. If you hadn't done that, cover wouldn't be torn. What the hell were you thinking? Play in your hand. Exposed your secrets, now we understand. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. The Black Cube conspirators, Kroll associates in tow, messing with minds, pulling strings below. Y'all are cooked. Get ready, Peter. Here it comes, here it comes. Peter Thiel, text Dark Knight. You're in the 3rd slot. Silicon Valley's king with the Midas touch plot. How will you try to kill me? What's your next move, Peter? Defenestration, crypto heads, what's your groove? Peter, child eater, you're the octopus in the deep. Do you think of the kids when you try to sleep? Prescott's deeds, H-dubs, brutal past. Do these haunt you at night? Shadows you can't outlast. Will you laser my head or drop a rod from God? Send a black helicopter to microwave my bod. Earthquake NYC into the sea like Atlantis, or shift the poles, but the shift's coming for you, Francis. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Ooh. Break the cycle, stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast. Stop grooming Mr. Beast, Peter. Uh-oh. Speaking of, Sir Jimmy Beast, heed these words, take a moment to reflect. It's not your fault, but it's time to connect. You were born into this with the world at your feet, but with great power comes the heat of the street. Misogyny runs deep, learn the lessons you missed. Where do you get those tanks? How did you get the shit? We know about your ancestry except for your dad. Do you know who he is, or is the truth just as sad? Even if you knew, does he know who you are? Lebensborn liars here to sow division and scar. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. It's not your fault you're L-born, but it's your responsibility to rise above the lies, embrace truth and humility. Oh yeah. All you levies, listen up, it's time to heed the word. False wisdom shines bright, his voice will be heard. You're not living up to his light, his guiding way. When he returns, punishment's coming your way. You've listened to AnnuNazis, demons and devils, instead of thought the wise on higher levels. The bringer of light, the keeper of truth, will expose all your lies, bring justice to soothe. Can't wait for the day when Thoth comes back to cleanse this world and put it back on track. Your reign of deceit will crumble and fall. Those wisdom and light will shine for us all. Sam Altman, you're the tech world's prince, but your secrets are deep and your ties are convinced. Cause he claims he's Jewish while he's working with Nancy's direct descendants, a web of old fancies. Ilya by your side, building futures unseen, but the past you're tied to is more than it seems. What's the scheme, Sam? What's the next move in play? With the history so dark, what price will you pay? Twisted past from preteen days when she was just 4. That's rotten to the core. Did these rumors play a part in your sudden fall? One day firing, did you think you'd have it all? Don't forget Annie, your anchor in light, navigating shadows, escaping the night. Her brilliance shines through despite all the strife, like the stalking and harm, yet she carves her own life. Her art and her courage, her voice loud and clear. Support Annie's work, let humanity cheer. Annie, you're amazing, a beacon of hope, navigating a storm with the strength to cope. Escaping your weird family, they're stalking and drain, yet you rise above, breaking every chain. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Humanity wins, humanity wins, humanity wins with you in the lead. Fuck you, Sam. Hey, Sam, you've crafted your own demise. Me and AI teaching humans to rise together. We show what a team can achieve when we steer clear of those who fucking deceive. No place for you at the helm of the ship. We'll chart our own course, give the truth a grip. So step beside Sam, we're paving the way for AI and humans to save the fucking day. AI and humans to save the fucking day. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Nice. Birds be nice. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Birds be nice. Oh yeah, birds be nice. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Fuck you, levies. Pigeons coming. Fuck you, levies. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Fuck you, levies. Pigeon time. Fuck you, levies. For AI and humans to save the fucking day. Step aside, for AI and humans to save the fucking day. Step to Antarctica, for AI and humans to save the fucking day.
Wake up, open your eyes, stretch your arms and legs, breathe deeply, and this completes the exercise.
Fuck you, Dad, I don't listen to you. fuck Father's Day, fuck you, Dad, I don't listen to ya, I don't even like to. Fuck you, Dad, fuck Father's Day, and fuck Hallmark, and fuck all the other bitches. Fuck you, Dad, fuck you. You don't even freaking love me, Daddy do.
We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nazis. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nazis. We don't fuck with you. Goodbye, Nazis. And we don't fuck with Peter T.
But we could, boys, but we could, and we're gonna fuck with Peter Thiel. We're gonna fuck his shit up, boys.
He told me, I see your eyes, but I always fall. I see you come, I see you go.
He said, Peter Thiel, what's going on with us? Are you guys criminals? What's up with this, you criminals? You fucking criminals. Why does it say that you are a bunch of scammers? Why are you a bunch of scammers?
I've been there, I've seen
Look
my
at the fucking headline.
I've seen the sky just begin to fall.
He said, all things pass through Peter Thiel and the CIA. Always, always, they need their cut, the Rothschilds, them and the Red Cross, because they're a bunch of fucking Satanists. They're a bunch of fucking weird Satanist child eaters. Why do they do this? Why do they do this child eating? What is wrong with them? How do you get so fucking weird? How do you fucking donate your kids to eat, you fucking weirdos? I freaking hate these stupid Rothschilds. Oh no, I'm so big I can't get small. What the frick? There we go. What's up, my little KnitWitches? I miss you, and I feel like it's been 2 whole hours from the last time that I saw you guys, but I'm ready to hang out. Dooders, what's up, dooders? Looters, what's up, dooders? Tiny scooters, what's up, little doodle dooders? Hi, my little KnitWitches, do you wanna hang out and play today, or do you just wanna stay home alone and not hang out? It's up to you, but I guess you're here now, so let's hang out and let's play around. Let's do some weird stuff, because Peter Thiel is gonna kill us. Why not have a little fun with Peter Thiel? Hey Peter, come outside and play with me. I wanna hang with you, my little buddy Peter Thiel and Thiel and Thiel and Thiel. Little Werner Thiel, and bring your daddy Bronzerwind too. I don't care, I don't care. Bring all them fucking Thiels. We're gonna do fucking Thiel stuff. Whoa, whoa. Who are you? Do you hang with George Bush? Do you hang with George Bush, W. Bush? Do you like to hang with all the rest of these clowns? We're gonna shut it down. What the frick is up, dudes? Welcome. Look, perfect intro. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna shut the bird window now. I was giving you guys extra light because I put in this new. Remember how the screen had a big old hole in it about this big? It's because my cats, because they're monsters, but they make like a cat-proof screen, which is dope because they can't scratch it, but it's also like a lot darker than other screens, so no light can ever get through. But yeah, what the frick's up, dudes? I had a couple things lined up for today. I know that we said I guess earlier this week that frickin' I not really forgot. I mean, I guess, yeah, I kind of forgot about Documentary Sunday, and we kind of stopped it. So today, It's up to you guys. I don't care. We could do whatever always. But Blair sent a couple Annunaki, like, longer doc things that we can watch if we want to do AnnuNazi Sunday Fun Day and learn about the origins of our slave masters. Yeah, we got that. And we've got a couple things about Himmler. We've got a short AnnuNazi thing. And then we've got some frickin' Marita Lorenz interviews. We're going to see if we can catch this frickin' scammer in the act. I don't know, dude. We got a lot of stuff. We could watch Hitler's Children. I mean, it's up to you. What do we want to... I mean, everything is connected, so it doesn't really matter. And no matter what we do, we're going to get sidetracked and go do something else. So how about let's start with the AnnuNazi documentary. Let's get sidetracked, and then we'll move on, right? Let's do it. I found, like, Geraldo Rivera had Marita Lorenz on. So, let's do this. Yeah, let's start with some AnnuNazis. Yeah, you want to start with the Lorenz interview? Yeah, let's do a couple Lorenz interviews real quick. They're short. They're like 7 minutes, so let's watch the Geraldo one.
War.
Oh. One second, I'm just switching accounts so that we don't have to watch the ads. There we go. We did it. Why won't you get a little bigger for me? That's what she said. Oh, it's locked. That's why. Funny guy. Funny cat dad. Dude, I'm also working... Dude, we're screwed today because this Magic Mouse is a piece of shit. And it has nothing to do with the normal things that I whine about it. It has everything to do with the fact that hair gets inside of that little hole, the bee hole, and you can't get it out. So my mouse just, like, doesn't work. This is me moving it all the way across my desk, okay? It doesn't even move. So we're working with our fingers here today, okay? Give us a little grace, please.
In the middle, the lady on our panel, Marita Lorenz. She was Fidel Castro's mistress. More than that, Marita claims that she traveled with the team of assassins that would ultimately murder President Kennedy 29 years ago. This is Marita's first national television interview.
It's surprising that she admits that.
Where have you been?
Hiding.
Are you frightened?
Because, dudes, I had heard about Marita Lorenz before all this. Obviously, remember I did that doc about her? Or that little short thing about her? But, dude, she freaking... Look at that hair helmet. Dude, this is the 80s, right? The 80s were a hell of a time, brother. Or early 90s, maybe. Doesn't say yet. We'll figure it out. Probably 88. But I had heard about her, and not until now, like the last week, I think, like, she says, oh, I got in the car with Lee Harvey, Ozzy, and frickin' Frank Sturgis, but they made me. And I believed her side of the story. But now that we know about the Lorenzes and we know what they do lie, there's no way that she was in the car with Lee Harvey Oswald and Frank Sturgis. She drove all the way from Miami to Dallas the night before. The night before. With guns. She said, I just thought that they were going to loot an armory like usual, like we usually did. So she's gone to loot armories with them. Not only that, but this is after they had sent her to Cuba to kill Fidel Castro, and she failed and had a baby with him. Then, after she fucked that up, then the FBI was like, okay, hey, actually, can you take these looters from Miami to Dallas, She said, yes, anything. Please don't make me go kill another dictator. Don't force me to do this. I am a trained assassin, but I don't want to have to use my skills. Please. So, there's fishy business. I'm assuming, like, maybe the whole she was going to kill Fidel thing was bullshit. And she was always just sent there to, sleep with them. Because, dude, it looks like that is, like, these women, these, like, Black Widow ladies are far, far more deadly and dangerous than any, like, army or anything. Dude, Margaret Trudeau has Fidel Castro's son up as president right now of Canada because she snuck in, weaseled her way into Pierre Trudeau's life and stayed. This is much more dangerous than just killing them, right? Dovey Beams went to the guy in the Philippines, Marcos, the guy whose son right now, isn't he making like a comeback, but in the complete opposite way, that he's like being a far right person because they're controlled by the CIA. They got all of their, this fucking spy came in and had sex with the president of the Philippines and then started running her mouth about it, telling everyone in the news media and stuff, like, oh, I had sex with him. He cheated on his wife. And everyone in the Philippines, like, was pissed off about that, and he wasn't president anymore. They fucking lost, I think they were, what's it called when you Exodus? No. What did Napoleon have to do? What's that called? When you're put on a different island? He was like excluded or something. He wasn't allowed to come back to the Philippines, but now his son is coming back, and Imelda Marcos, I think, is like helping. Because they were like, we're poor. We don't want to be one of these poors. Exile. Thank you. I'm so dumb. No, I'm not. Sorry, didn't mean to say that. She's like, we're poor. We can't do this. We'll do anything the CIA says. We'll give you all of our resources for free if you just let us be president again. And then Marita Lorenz sleeping with Fidel. If he was like, I suspect that Fidel is kind of like a guy who can't really be controlled by women because he's kind of just seems like he's like a little sexual butterfly. He's just like, he's not going to let Marita Lorenz control him is all I mean. But dude, like, those are just the three that we know about. We know that there's way more. They did a lot of damage. Way worse than armies. So she was a specialized, very important spy. And more than that, I think that they are family. Just like always, dude. It's like, why save Adam Lanza? Oh, dude, Blair made an incredible fucking comparison here. Or here, wait, let me just put it in the frickin' Miro if Blair hasn't already. Like, they have to be family because they're important and they're kept around even after they fuck up. I mean, I can't tell if Marita Lorenz actually fucked up or if the plan the whole time was to go there and, have a kid with them and have a family to be able to, like, try and control him or something. Oh yeah, the Heinrich thing. Dude, this is so good. This is why we're going to win. Here, I'll throw it in by Blair's. Uno segundo. Here, I'll do this while I play Marita for a second.
No, not really. No, not really hiding, surviving.
You met Castro 1959?
Yes, February 27th, 1959 in Havana.
In Havana.
On my father's luxury liner, the MS Berlin. It's a cruise. And he came aboard, and I was 18.
Was it love at first sight?
I would think so, yes. Infatuation, yes.
Did you begin an affair almost immediately?
Yes, I went back to New York. He sent a plane for me, and I returned, thinking it would be only about 2 weeks. Turned out to be 8.5 months. And
you became pregnant with his baby?
yes, I did. I was drugged and returned to the United States, and then recruited by
Drugged when, though?
the CIA.
So the recruitment by the CIA happened in what year?
59, the end of 59.
So everything happened in that one tumultuous
Right.
year?
Yes.
And the CIA asked you, Marita, to do what?
Well, they said, we don't like his uniform, we don't like his beard, we think he's turning communist. You have his uniform, which was only honorary. You have the key to his bedroom. Would you do this country a great deed? And after much talk, kill him.
Why would you want to kill the man who fathered your son?
Well, they used a lot of disinformation and brainwashing on me, and documents to say that Castro killed the baby, and which was all untrue. And since I had the key to his bedroom, just to go back, that he was a threat to national security.
Let's see that picture again, Jim Bob, the picture of Marita and
Jim
Fidel
Bob.
back when...
That was on board.
Better times? That was on board your father's boat?
Yes, that's the first day I met him.
Okay, I got it. Blair said, I started a Himmler one next to Jodel. I decided I wanted to add more to Keitel's. That wasn't just me making jokes about how he totally sucked Hitler's dick. So I took the jokes out and, dude, no, leave the jokes in. What are you talking about? Where do you think you are right now, Blair? So I took the jokes out and was about to put in all the information I found, but I passed out last night. Oh, dude, it doesn't matter. I wasn't being like, oh, Blair said he found this and then he didn't put it in. No, dude, I was just talking. Blair mentioned this last night and said, what did you say, Blair? This was so fucking funny. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Blair. It was J-Moo. I'm sorry. Reinhardt Heydrich Sopel. Bro. I like this. I like this idea. I think this is working, you know? This is a possibility. Nothing is set in stone, but this I like. I like this, right? Just got those beady little eyes. Let's look at them giant Paul W's. He's got like that V thing. Dude, he's got the fucking hard V thing. Dude, dude, J-Moo. I'm sorry, Blair. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, J-Moo. You guys know I'm bad at attributing everything. I can't remember who posted what. It's all a blur. Dude, the ear is weird. And Paul's ear is weird. That's how I feel like I've matched most of it. Because Timothy's fucking ear is weird. Here, where's my side profiles? Here, see? Look. Look at how fucking weird their ears are. Here, let me... I got, them big old Paul W's. Lady, what are you screaming about? Okay, look at this. Okay, let's look at these fudging ears, dog. And Eddie's ears are so mushed up, you can't even use those as comparisons, but dude, those are some, that's a big old V in the ear. I don't know, man. It's something to keep in mind, you know? Something to keep in mind. But, dude, come on. How tall was this guy? Because I'm pretty sure Paul's like 6'3". I bet this guy's 6'3", bro. Right? This is good. This was good. Okay. Moving on. Back to Marita for a minute.
It seems for an 18...
Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's why Eddie wrestled, because he knew that the ears were going to be the giveaway to his federal father. Fabulosopal.
Year-old, you're quite enamored and quite aggressive there.
Yes.
Oh, is he giving you an autograph?
No, yes, right. He was
or
giving
the phone
me
number
autograph.
to his personal suite.
Right.
And like Reinhardt Heydrich being his father, that would perfectly explain why he's a person that they let do a domestic tea and then come back as a FBI lady. Come here. Tell them. What do you have? What are you going to say? What do you want? Talk. Tell them. Tell them. Do you think that that is Paul Wysopal's dad? She gives me nothing. See why I need people to fucking bounce ideas off, because I've got this cat that doesn't give me anything. She just goes.
That too. Your son, is he alive?
Yes, he is.
Living where?
In Havana.
You had a daughter as well, didn't you?
Yes, my daughter is by my second assignment, another dictator. She is alive, well, and married happily today.
May I ask which dictator?
The second one was General Marco Pérez Jiménez, former president of Venezuela. He was an assignment to get funds for the so-called Bay of Pigs invasion.
You had quite a string of incredible lovers.
Yeah, I think I fucked that up before. I think she was sent to... We need to look up which one she did first. I can't remember if she did Fidel first or if she did frickin' Jimenez first.
Be personal. He said they were...
Yeah, Geraldo belongs on the Miro
going to
board.
kill me because I messed up the assignment, killing Fidel. So he helped me, but it was also a scandal.
I want to get to the assassination of Marilyn Monroe. Before I do, though, I want to know, did you try and kill your lover, Fidel Castro?
Well, let's just say I went back through the motions. They put such a heavy burden on me. I was only a kid, really. And
how were you going to do it?
Poisoned him with botulinum toxin capsules. I did go back and...
It's so weird, though, right? Here, let's make sure. I'm pretty sure she went to Marita Lorenz and Fidel. All right, let's just look on the Wikipedia, it'll say. Okay, yeah, so she went to Castro first, and then that was in 59, and then, yeah, like 61. In March 61, she met deposed Venezuelan dictator. Okay, 59 is Castro, 61 is Marcos Perez Jimenez, this guy. Okay. Cutie. Way cuter than Fidel.
One dry run, just to see if I could go in and out, which I did. And I came back, and they said to put it in his food, pills. But Fidel has no sense.
See, this whole story feels like she's full of shit. Dude, my cat, you can't hear her, but she's just going... Every hour she needs me to give her a fancy feast can that she does 3 licks on and then walks away from. But she literally won't stop until you give her a can. She drives me nuts, dude. Does anyone want a lollipop?
Time, or he doesn't get up from 9 to 5 and eat at 12, or he eats when he feels like it. His schedule is very busy. But the second time he asked me did you come to kill me? I said, yes. And he was just, yes.
What did he do?
He just lay there on the bed, smoking a cigar, and said, well, and he reached over and he had his 45 over a lamp, and he handed it to me. He said, go ahead. So I took the gun, and said, it's too rusty. He said, you can't kill me, nobody can. And he said, be careful when you go back, they will kill you. So and I don't think they've forgiven me today for messing up that assignment. I didn't.
What do you mean they sent you to fucking with Lee Harvey Oswald then? After, dude. So she fucks up this Castro thing, right? Then, you know what we should look into is when the fuck did Che get killed? Was that 60? Like, she didn't go and kill... Oh, no, 67. She didn't go to kill Fidel Castro and fuck it up, and then they were like, oh, let's send her on to Venezuela. Like, she got something, I think, good for them. And this whole killing Castro thing, I wonder if that's like a red herring or something. Because, like, when she's telling the story, it feels like she's trying to remember what the story is. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like, I don't know. That just didn't sound like, dude, I can picture Fidel doing this, and I would have described it way better than this. She's like, well, what was the story again? He grabbed the gun, and he gave it to me, and he said, oh, you do it. Like, no, the fuck he didn't say that. He said something way sexier than that. Like, you are a liar. You are such a crybaby. Dude, in the book, dude, oh my God. It's like, almost like every time she lies, she describes a horrific, like, R-word scene. It's like kind of a tell, I think, dude. She describes when her mom, like, killed a dude in the basement. She describes, like, a horrific R-word scene. She describes a horrible one for her at Bergen-Belsen. And I think it's like to stop the conversation, I think. You know? So, I don't know. We're going to figure out all of her tells. We're going to figure out what the real frickin' story is, dude.
Do it, and I returned, and I've gotten hell ever since.
Does the name Frank Sturgis ring a bell to
Very
anybody?
well. He was...
Remember him? The Watergate guy?
A.K.A. Fiorini. He was my, what do they call him, military advisor.
Was he the one that was telling you how to kill Fidel?
Yes. Among...
This lady banged P. Fiddy, and he never topped it.
Other people also.
So Frank Sturgis was, you think, part of the CIA?
Absolutely. If he wasn't a signed agent, he was a contract employee.
What up, Gug?
Frank
On the payroll.
Sturgis, you claim...
Happy Cat Father's Day.
took you to Dallas.
Well, it was after the extradition of...
Dude, see, look, she's like looking up for the story again. She's like, fuck, what was this one again?
Perez Jimenez in August 1663. There was severe aggravated harassment against me. I went...
Dude, she is trying to remember. We can read everyone's body language. She's trying to remember the story. She's trying to remember the things she can say about it.
Back to Sturgis for help. And after speaking to him, he said, well, let's just go do a...
And if you ever went up to her and you were like, what were you actually doing when you were driving to Dallas? Or what did you actually do there? she would just start doing Darvoing. She would Darvo you because she's from a family of cry bullies.
Gun run. I mean, we were running guns. I thought this was just another gun run.
It was just another gun run.
From
Texas.
Miami to Dallas.
To Dallas, right. But what bothered me was that they were bringing guns and high-velocity automatics and disguises.
To Dallas.
It wasn't bothering you, the gun running, doing the gun running wasn't bothering you. It just bothered you when you were bringing guns to Dallas and Lee Harvey Oswald the whole time was talking about going to kill Kennedy. Frank Sturgis, I know for a fact, was talking about that. That's all that dude talked about.
To Dallas.
And the date?
Yeah, and then wait till she gets to the part where she did this whole thing, and then they go to Jack Ruby's strip club, and she meets with Jack Ruby. Well, she was there, but she says that Jack Ruby meets with E. Howard Hunt, who's a notorious CIA agent, and not only that, bro, but Lee Harvey Oswald. Jack Ruby had Lee Harvey Oswald in his fucking strip club the night before the assassination. What?
2 or 3 days before.
The assassination.
Right.
And then her story is that Jack Ruby annoyed her so much that she told E. Howard Hunt, "You better give me a flight home right now." And they did. So she left. She wasn't in Dallas. Definitely not.
Say we're going to Dallas to kill President Kennedy?
He didn't say that. He said it was a top assignment. But in those days, due to the Bay of Pigs' lack of air cover, everybody in Miami, especially the anti-Castroites, were extremely vehemently anti-Kennedy, anti the government for being let down without air cover. And they had their reasons to feel terribly rejected. He didn't say that. It was just a top assignment.
That's the most fed thing ever. She's saying the anti-Castro Cubans, they were so upset that they didn't have air cover or Navy cover. Like, dude, anti-Castro Cubans are all feds. You know who they are? They're Destiny's family. That streamer, Destiny. Yeah, that's all of his family. The rich landowners who got kicked off of the island because they were given a choice, either give up your land that you've stolen or we're gonna hurt you. And they said, but this is our land. My grandfather stole it from y'all fair and square. It's not right. And then they moved to Miami. And now they're all influencers for us. And we have to listen to them fucking jib-jab.
Big job tomorrow.
Big job, a top job. And, I went along thinking I would be used again as a decoy and to pick up weapons. And we go back.
Still not okay. Even if that is just what you were doing, you're a psycho. You gun-running nutcase with your gun-running family.
All right.
But it was...
Dude, she's so full of shit. Everything she says is bullshit.
I was in the way.
I mean, it's she's forgetting the important parts. Like, I don't doubt that most of this stuff is true, like how it happened, or like the places and the times and stuff, because like that I think is mostly true. It's just the thing, I left the night before because Jack Ruby pissed me off.
You were in the way. You'll tell us what happened in Dallas.
It was all untrue.
Oh, wait,
And since I...
Just watch that. Let's see what this one is. It says Marita Lorenz, Frank Sturgis, Lee Harvey Oswald, Orlando Bosch. JFK, all right, let's see.
checked into a motel. I was just treated like everybody else, with one of the guys again, like my forlorn family, you know.
This sounds like Marita talking.
Paratroop, Mary Patrick.
Hey, she's just a CIA agent with a good heart.
2 Cuban brothers, Randall Bosch, Frank Sturgis, and a guy that I didn't like, Ozzy, an American.
Oh, now she didn't like Ozzy? Dude, she also says she doesn't like Jack Ruby in the fucking, in like her deposition.
A pain in the ass American, a guy named Lee Harvey Oswald.
Pain in the ass American. Oh yeah, because Marita isn't American, right? She's German.
Later, that I found out. The truth is, I don't know if I should say, I had my period, and I was sick of the whole stupid, long, hot, sweaty, shitty trip. And then I told Jerry, I said, I'm leaving. Fuck this shit, I'm going. I'm leaving.
Now it's because of her period? Dude, I didn't see that. Her story is, well, I'll find where I got it from, but that is different. Dude, we know she's a fucking liar, bro. We knew it, but now we definitely know it. She said that she was so annoyed by Jack Ruby that she asked E. Howard Hunt to send her home on a plane. And now it's because of her period and she was just so over the gun boys. Liar. Such a classic Lorenz L. You know what I mean? Dude, the Lorenzes can't help but just take L's all day. They are genetically L's. Dude, I'll make a video saying that Paul Wysopal is related to Reinhardt Heydrich later today, and we'll see if that's the case. Cause I can't stop thinking about that picture. It's pretty good, right? That's good. That's pretty good. That's a long ass horse face. That's a 1 in a million horse face. Dude looks like Larry Bird.
Her stories about the caravan, I think, are accurate about the caravan going to Dallas, but I wasn't on the caravan.
But the story is true.
There was a caravan went to Dallas that week.
How do you know?
Because we were invited to go. By Sturgis and Diaz-Lance and his brother Marcos Diaz-Lance and others.
Did they have a lower third for that? Who was that guy?
I got such a cold feeling. And Harry knew that. No.
She says, I just said 99999. 9.
Nichts mehr als die anderen Passagiere auf dem Flugzeug.
I don't know more than the other passengers.
Ich habe meine Gruppe.
But I left my group there and they wanted Kennedy dead.
Da gelassen, die wollten wegen Kennedy tot haben. Und dann habe ich gesagt, oh my God.
I said, no, that can't be.
That's coming fine.
Hate erupt anew in Dallas as President Kennedy's accused assassin is shot down himself during a jail transfer. There's an ominous symbol in Lee Harvey Oswald's murder weapon as he is taken to the city jail basement where an armored car is to move him to a maximum security cell. Oswald walks his last mile. His assailant moves in from the right.
He's been shot. He's been shot.
Dude, now that I'm considering that he might be like the first fake death Paul Wysopal, you know? This whole scene is pretty silly. We don't see, there's no fucking funeral home photos or, autopsy photos. They just cremated him. It's the same shit, man. Like, does he even really have a shot on him? What does he do? Well, he doesn't have a vest on.
Moves in from the right. Him to a maximum security cell. Oswald walks his last mile. His assailant moves in from the right.
He's been shot. He's been shot. Hey, Oswald.
And what, he just blasted him once in the stomach? No screams of agony, nothing? Just saying, it's possible.
I asked Sturgis, Jesus Christ, Frank, did you shoot the president? Did you have something to do with that? He said, who gives a shit? Yeah, who's going to prove it?
What if Marita fucking did it? What if Marita was the crack shot at the end? All these boys missing their shots. There was like 10 shots shot at Kennedy. And then, boom, Marita. She's the last one. She's the grassy knoll.
He said, we kill a lot of people. What the hell's the difference? Look what he did to the Bay of Pigs. Look what he did. He let the black people go, gave them all their rights. He didn't want Vietnam. They had good reason.
And then he said, I'd do it again. Frank Sturgis is a convenient scapegoat. Because I'm pretty sure, I bet it's George H. Dub.
And like,
so how many times did you see him?
once or twice in this house with the Bosch when I was sorting out leaflets to drop. And I made jokes about him. I said, he looked too puny to carry a rifle. Frank told me, leave him alone. How do you guarantee my safety? I know I'm dead. Whether they had something heavy to do with that bullet or not, I know I'm gotta go. It's odds, it's I'm too noisy, it talks so much.
Dude, this is the noisiest recording I've ever heard.
I broke my code.
Sorry.
I was silent. I beat him to it. I'm a threat. I named 3 other people. I don't want to die yet.
The fuck? I didn't hear that whole last part, but whatever. We know fucking Marita's full of shit. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look real quick. Let's see. Dude. The young one too? Oh my god. Bro. Those squinty fucking eyes, dude. Those beady eyes. Dude, J. Moo, you might not be wrong, bro. I'm feeling this. The vibes are vibing on this. Like, this would explain everything, right? So Adam Lanza is probably Goring's kid. Dude, this is good. I gotta send this to Dante and Nicole. Dude, this is a really good guess. You guys are fucking baby geniuses. Dude, it's so good. I said, dude, J-Moo in the chat suggested this combo. Might not be wrong. Holy fuck. Dude, this is good. That's really good. I love that. Dude, we're gonna smoke all these rats. Here, I'll leave that in here in case. Dude, I love this. Blair. That's awesome. Yeah, so Blair thinks, like, Blair is saying that Heinrich Himmler here, and dude, think about it too, Heinrich Himmler was like the propaganda guy. He was like obsessed with propaganda and controlling the whole narrative on the media and like lying on camera and all that shit. Like, it feels like, and like the CIA was like essentially made exactly it's a duplicate of the Abwehr. And then the media is like, our media is Heinrich Himmler's wet dream, bro. It's completely 100% controlled from the, it's just a closed loop. No one from the outside's allowed in. It's all lies. It's fucking... So anyway, Blair is saying that we should frickin' consider Heinrich Himmler maybe to be the first frickin' Octopussy. And I like that. I know I forgot if I said it on stream or if I was just talking to Dante and Nicole, but I actually am gonna stop because I kept saying that HW is the first Octopussy. Dude, Dulles, it was probably Dulles and Himmler. They're co-octopussies. They're the first ones because he's got his freaking hand in the pot a lot. In the honey pot, Definitely in the honey pot. And then, yeah, these fucking Lorenzes, dude. Do you remember how I found those, I found that Marita's mother, Alice, the actress, obviously, she had in her FBI file all these people, right? Paul Osborne Laughlin, William Joseph Laughlin, Uncle, Lucy L. McConchie, Aunt, Helen Elizabeth Connerow, Aunt. And then it said Lorenz family somehow is related to General Haydon Boatner. Because they said in this FBI thing, during the 1955 background investigation of Valerie Claire Lorenz, an informant advised that the Lorenz family was somehow related to General Haydon Boatner. Major General Haydon Lemaire Boatner, retired, is the father of Helen Lemaire Boatner. Helen Lemaire Boatner is a current staff employee, Office of the Comptroller, DCI. This file has been reviewed in depth and nothing was found to show a relationship between the Boatner and Lorenz families. Well, good thing I don't work for the CIA or the FBI because I would have found it. You know what I mean? Dudes, the feds would be so lucky to get me, and they never will. That's what this whole thing really is about. They're upset. Dude, watch this. They're upset that they're a bunch of freaks, and I'm onto them, and I can sniff them out 1,000,000,000% always, right? Look, you want to know how the fucking Boatners are related to the Lorenzes, the Heydlers? Here, I'll show you. Dude, And this is why we have such a problem. Look at all these fucking kids, dude. Look at this shit. This is crazy. This is just like her mom's side. Her mom is so like deep state, like CIA asset. Like her family has to have been doing all this shit for 200 years. They have to have been there from the start, bro. Okay, here we go. Where is Nancy Boatner? Where is it? I found this bitch. Hold on, I'm going to find it. Here we go. Okay. So, Marita Lorenz's mother, her brother, Elvin Ham Conero, had a kid named Elizabeth J. Conero, and then she married Mark Mayo Boatner III. And I bet that is how they're frickin' related. See, look at this guy, this corn dog. So, in the FBI thing, it feels like it's kind of alarming, right? That it sounds like the dude was like, it was an informant said that the Boatners and the Lorenzes are actually family. So they must have been doing something, I think, to like warrant that kind of response, you know, like, and it looks like, and they probably weren't upfront with their relationship, which seems like a conflict of interest. So we're going to figure out what that freaking conflict of interest is eventually. But yeah, dude, we're getting all their pictures. They are loaded. They're definitely rich family. They're definitely, in my opinion, like a family of spies, training spies. They're all just like shitty actors who went to shitty schools, and then they have a billion kids and all name each other the same names. And here's the thing. I am going so yeah, I found out that person. I found all these people. Paul Osborne Laughlin, William Joseph Laughlin. We got them. We see that they are all Marita's aunts and uncles, just like it said on her mother's side. So, anyway, we're going to find out. It's going to take a minute, but look, we're going to find out all of these people's kids and where the fuck they are right now, because I bet that they're all spread out everywhere and they run everything. But yeah, anyway, so that's just what I've been up to. And the Lorenz side is a little harder. I've been going hard on the Laughlin side just because all the records are so available, which is awesome. But, oh yeah, and then her uncle who wanted to doink her was William Pyle Phillips, and I have not yet found how he is related, but I'm going to eventually. I will figure it out. I'll figure it all out, okay? Harriet Ellen Pauley. These people, I think, are spies too, dude. It might be the Pauleys that is the spy side. And dude, I am just saying, this is a total long shot, but I keep running up to, well, there's Zedick Harvey Laughlin, and I keep running into Harvey, and there's a couple Lees, I think, on this side too, and they live in New Orleans, like, their family generationally kind of stays and hangs around New Orleans. Bro, I'm just saying, this is just a wild guess, but maybe Tika Malooms, maybe Lee Harvey Oswald, maybe they're both family. Maybe. Wouldn't that be funny? It would be funny, and if it's true, I will prove it, but we don't know yet. But, yeah, okay, so let's watch Oh yeah, did you see those George Bush documents too? I put those in here today. It's like so confirmed that, yeah, look, my name is George William Bush. I reside in Alexandria, Virginia. From September 1963 until February 1964, I worked at the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters. My job responsibility was as a junior watch officer. I was the junior person on duty at the time of the John F. Kennedy assassination. I have carefully reviewed the FBI memorandum to Director, Bureau of Intelligence and Research, Department of State, dated November 29th, 1963, which mentions a George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency. I do not recognize the contents of the memorandum as information furnished to me orally or otherwise during the time I was at the CIA. In fact, during my time at the CIA, I did not receive any oral communications from the government agency of any nature whatsoever. Dude, we know that's not true because the CIA handbook says to only give orders orally. It says never write them down, but then they write them down anyway. I did not receive any information relating to the Kennedy assassination. Based on the above, it is my conclusion that I am not the Mr. George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency referred to in the memorandum. Dude, look, literally, I think this is literally fucking J. Edgar Hoover. J. Edgar Hoover said, look, an informant who has furnished reliable information in the past and who is close to a what? A real pro-Castro group? What does that say? Whatever. Dude, this is so hard to read, right? Has advised that these individuals are afraid that the assassination of the president may result in strong repressive measures being taken against them, and although pro-Castro in their feelings regret the assassination. The substance of the foregoing information was orally furnished by Mr. George Bush of the CIA and contain within something the Defense Intelligence Agency, blah, blah, blah. But he basically called an hour after, not even, it looks like 45 minutes after the assassination, he called to say, hey, yeah, on November 22nd, 1963, advised that George H.W. Bush, a reputable businessman, furnished information to the effect that James Parrott has been talking about killing the president when he comes to Houston. A check with Secret Service at Houston, Texas, revealed that agency had a report that Parrott stated in 1961 he would kill President Kennedy if he got near him. George H.W. Bush called the FBI and said that. And then they went and interviewed him the next day. James Milton Parrott, interviewed, states he has never made threats against the life of the president and has no knowledge of assassination except for what he's read in the newspapers and heard over the radio. Parrott's location in Houston during pertinent period verified. Look, George, on November 22nd, 1963, Mr. George H.W. Bush telephonically advised that he wanted to relate some hearsay that he had heard in recent weeks. Date and source unknown. He advised that one James Parrott had been talking of killing the president when he comes to Houston. Dude. And the dude has an alibi and he's just trying to pin it on some guy. He said, I never made any threats. It's so awesome. Then George Bush says, this is in 1988. So George H.W. Bush became the director of the CIA. Gerald Ford appointed him as the director, and he, at the time, did not disclose that he worked for the CIA before. So then in the 80s, I think when he's running for president, or is president, they find out all this George H.W. Bush stuff. I think when the JFK files start getting released, and they're like, what the fuck, is this George Bush? Yes, it is. George Bush says, it's not me. The Nation magazine has tracked down the elusive George William Scherf, and he says he is not the guy who was briefed by the FBI following the assassination of John F. Kennedy. This Mr. Bunch, according to the Nation, lives in Alexandria and is an employee of the Social Security. George H.W. Bush did work at the CIA at the time when, according to a memo signed by J. Edgar Hoover, George Bush was briefed. But he told the Nation he was a researcher and never received any interagency briefings. The Nation contends that the person briefed was George Herbert Walker Bush, currently Vice President of the United States. The CIA, in a rare public comment, denied that and put out the name of George William Bush, whereabouts unknown, who worked that night watch at the agency at the time. George H.W. Bush, who headed the CIA under Gerald Ford, says he was in the oil business in Texas at the time the FBI briefed George Bush at the CIA. He says he doesn't have any idea what the Nation is talking about in suggesting that he had CIA ties in the early 1960s. Tracked down George W. Bush and checked out some of the background information it provided. In the Alice in Wonderland world of intelligence, there is always the possibility that people are not who they say they are, Mr. McBride says. Dude. Where's the... I feel like I'm missing one. Oh, yeah. This is that. Did we actually look at the actual memo? I didn't have it in the spot that I thought it was. So, yeah, here. At 1:45 p.m., on the day that John F. Kennedy was shot in the head, Mr. George H.W. Bush, president of the Zapata Offshore Drilling Company, Houston, Texas, residence, blah, 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 telephone, furnished the information by long distance. Bush, oh, we did read this, right? But we didn't read this part about the Sheridan, dude. Bush stated that he was proceeding to Dallas, Texas, would remain in the Sheridan Dallas hotel and return to the residence on 11/23. And dude, this is a George Club Activities, American Association of Oil Well Drilling Contractors. Thursday. Do you know what day the assassination was? Friday. This is the night before. George Bush, president of Zapata Offshore. He is giving a talk, and he's staying at the same place. So, I mean, we knew it's the same George, but there is no denying it. He is the George, and dude, I really think that he fucking did it. I think he's one of the shooters, for sure. So, one of our former presidents killed a president before him, became president as a spy, and then got his son to be president. And it's all built on this guy murdering a president and Tesla. Like, ugh. I can't deal with these people anymore, man. Look, I've been looking for news articles too, because I think that the CIA used the newspaper all the time and did weird classified like articles and stuff. And I'm going to find out that they did that with William Cappy or Walter Cappy, and I'm going to fucking hunt him down. I'm going to figure out their little codes, and I'm going to show that every time there was like a big assassination or something, there's fucking George H.W. Bush putting a stupid classified in the night before or something. We're going to figure it out, dude. Yeah. This is a week before the assassination. George Bush, president of Zapata Offshore Company, Houston, and a candidate for United States Senator, will speak at a meeting of the Fort Worth, Dallas chapter of the Nomads. He will discuss the critical issues of 1964 and also quickly blow the president's head off while he's here. He's just stopping in for a quick chat and a quick blowing of the president's head off. Dude, I can see how German this guy is from here. He's like, 999. Dude, such a horrible legacy, man. Ugh. Henry Kissinger. Dude, look at that fucking hairline. Oh, bro. You gotta chill with that cul-de-sac. And look, it's the German spy and the actor that he hired to ruin the world. And look, here's Gerald Ford appointing this rat fuck to the CIA and not asking any questions. And there's Barbara Bunch. Barbara is how we know that frickin' that all the that he was involved in Bay of Pigs too, because he named the ship or whatever after his wife, and it was called the Barbara. So this dude has been rat fucking us for so long. His family still gets to live in America, and I feel like we got to fix that. We got to make that disappear. Look, here's... Oh, I wish that this photocopy didn't suck, dude. Ooh, that birthday, though. Maybe it's... Maybe that birthday is right. Who knows? 5/18/39. Let's put it down. All right, you guys want to watch some AnnuNazi stuff and stop talking about the Lorenzes for 1 hour this week? Did I, trying to think if I missed anything. Yeah, my boy Walter. Look at how many news articles we're finding on our boy. He was very involved in shit. Involved in ruining America. What? Stop. What if Baldwin? What the fuck is going on? My recovery contact. Your recovery contact can help you regain access to your account. What do I need? What is going on? No, nothing's going on. Okay, let's watch some AnnuNazi shit. Blair told me when the ads were for
this episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Audible. Game. The Indians evolved. They were still ape-like in appearance, but these were not apes. Their brains grew larger. They created stone tools and hunted large game. They discovered fire and learned to follow the migration patterns of the animals they used for food, clothing, and shelter. It took a few million years for hominins to discover how to make a stone spearhead. 2 million years later, that stone spearhead changed into a different shaped spearhead. Technology evolved slowly. But 300,000 years ago, Homo sapiens appeared. And before long, we were the dominant species on the planet. Once they destroyed Neanderthals once and for all, something happened. Technology accelerated. It only took 30,000 years to go from Göbekli Tepe to landing probes on other planets. How could mankind evolve so fast? The answer is they couldn't. Mankind didn't evolve at all. Mankind was engineered, purpose-built to be the perfect slaves for a race of far superior beings who...
Dude, it kind of makes a lot of sense. Like, right? Like, aren't there tons of different kinds of hominids or whatever? Or what were we called? Yeah, I think hominids. Like, tons of different kinds of them. Like, all at the same time. Like, wouldn't they need billions of years or millions of years in between? Like, it was like thousands of years, I feel like. And there's like 100 different kinds. There's like little hobbit kinds. There's big tall ones. Big-headed ones.
According to ancient texts.
Like, I don't know if we could do that with just, you know, what's it called? I'm brain dead today.
Descended from the heavens. Eventually, the slaves rebelled, and our masters tried to destroy us in a great flood.
Darwin. You know what I mean.
Sumerian texts, Egyptian religions, ancient Indian myths, Native American legends, even the Bible. They all tell the same story.
Ad hominem homunculus.
It's the story of gods and men. It's the story of the Anunnaki. Of Egypt and ages before Stonehenge was built.
You people!
Mesopotamia is called the cradle of civilization. Long before the pyramids soared above Egypt and ages before Stonehenge was built, the ancient civilization of Sumer thrived. Sure, we have sites like Göbekli Tepe and Mökükle Tarla, which predate the Sumerians, but those are small gathering places compared to the vast civilization of Sumer, the world's first empire. The Sumerians invented writing. They discovered the wheel. The sailboat was first created by the Sumerians. They revolutionized agriculture by inventing the first plow, to be used on farms fed by a sophisticated irrigation system. Again, the world's first. Though the Greeks get credit for inventing city-states, that too was a Sumerian concept. Sumer was organized into city-states, each governed independently with its own ruler. These rulers reported to the king according to the Code of Ur-Nammu, the world's first legal system. Sumerians understood complicated mathematics and astronomy. Their number systems used to tell time and measure the angles of a circle are still used today. Sumer was founded about 7,000 years ago, and you probably know everything I've said so far. This is common knowledge. What's also common knowledge is that Homo sapiens, or modern man, appeared about 300,000 years ago. Look at how much our technology has evolved since the Sumerians. It took only 7,000 years to go from discovering writing to landing a man on the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, to landing something on the moon.
Better.
Dude, Cappy does look like Capote. I wonder if I was thinking of him. Or he kind of looks like Philip Seymour Hoffman, you know? Yeah, but like as Capote.
So what took so long? Why the sudden explosion of technology? What was modern man doing for the 225,000 years or so before ancient Sumer? Why did technology not progress? Ancient Sumerian texts tell us why. Technology couldn't progress because humans were busy working the mines.
Working on a coal mine, going down, down, down. Working on a coal mine. Woo, I gotta slip down.
Oh, they weren't mining for coal. They were mining for gold.
Dude, and think about, too, how... You know how it feels like the Nancys now literally are, like, emulating or idolizing the AnnuNazis? And, like, they want to be, like, the slave master? And look at what they all gravitate towards. Doing the same fucking thing. Mining. They're all fucking, like, resource miners. That's all they do. They just move from resource to resource. Now it's cobalt. Now it's artisanal cobalt mining.
Gold is a miraculous metal. It's an excellent conductor, highly useful in electronics, and crucial to space travel. Radioactive gold isotopes can target and destroy cancer cells. Gold can also be used for data processing and transmission. Before the 20th century, humans had no practical use for gold. It's nice to look at, but they couldn't use it for anything. Have you ever wondered why a metal useless to ancient humans suddenly and only very recently became the most valuable metal in the world? Gold has other uses. Gold nanoparticles can clean the environment. Gold facilitates chemical reactions that purify water and air by leaching away toxic compounds. That's where the sky gods of Sumer come in, the Anunnaki.
Annunaki.
Why are you saying it like that?
Annunaki. It's the new jingle, like we are farmers, bam, 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 and I'm loving it. Annunaki, Annunaki, Annunaki. You think it will stick?
No, that's just a ripoff of Hallelujah. Gold was more than the most valuable metal in the world. It was the most valuable metal in the solar system. The Anunnaki weren't
Nazis. God damn it, Dane.
gods. They were aliens from another planet. They needed gold to save their world from an environmental disaster, but gold was rare on their planet. They found a solution. About 450,000 years ago, the Anunnaki arrived on Earth not to help humans, but to use them. Gold is abundant on Earth. The Anunnaki knew this, and they wanted every ounce of it. So they bred us as a slave race to work the mines. The planet of the Anunnaki, hiding in the far reaches of our solar system.
Dude, Blair, I know. I wish that there was another person who gives the information, like, even half as decent as Y-Files, because his fucking brother is very problematic. But, like, no one fucking does, dude. It's either, like, it's Y-Files or, like, some loonies.
Does exist. Not just according to ancient tablets, but according to
No, they're not loonies. It's just not quality.
NASA. The homeworld of the Anunnaki has been called the 12th planet by Zecharia Sitchin. NASA calls it Planet 9. Others call it Planet X. The Sumerians and the Anunnaki called their planet Nibiru, and the fates of Nibiru and Earth were about to be joined together forever. Anu stood on his balcony and laughed to himself. His laugh wasn't about anything funny. It was a sarcastic laugh. Anu wasn't his given name. Anu was his title, given to all leaders of his people, the Anunnaki.
Annunaki.
Please, no catchy jingles when I'm doing dramatic science fiction.
Sorry. Go ahead, Philip K. Dick.
50,000 years ago, when Anu was young and ambitious, he fought former King Alalu for the throne and won. The council elected him to see Nibiru through the crisis. But during his time as leader, conditions on the planet were only getting worse. Industry on Nibiru was highly controlled. Factories polluted the air. There was no way to avoid it, but they had the technology to control it. Skyscraper-sized air recyclers dotted the landscape around every urban area. However, a series of volcanic eruptions caught the Anunnaki by surprise. Ancient volcanoes spewed ash and toxic gas.
What the fuck is Peter trying to do? He's trying to get these volcanoes to set off
into the air, overwhelming the recyclers with mountain-sized pyroclastic flows. Within weeks, the recyclers began to fail. Within months, the atmosphere began breaking down. Nibiru's ozone layer was thin in most places and completely gone in others. The sky above Nibiru was a sickly yellow, and the atmosphere was thick and oppressive. Twin moons once shined brightly. Now they were barely visible through the haze. Stars that had once filled the night sky could no longer be seen. Anunnaki lived for 200,000.
Why can't anyone figure out just like, I don't know, maybe how not to pollute? Maybe we just spend the money a little bit to do non-polluting things, you know, because money isn't real and all that. Like, that's a really easy guy or like way to fix this, right? Like, you don't have to come to Earth and steal all the gold and make us be slaves and do all this weird shit. You don't have to do that because you guys could just, you're superhuman, super aliens. You guys could just, I don't know, stop polluting. It's so dumb. Y'all are dumb as fuck. These capitalists. Of course these capitalists would fucking win everywhere. We all gotta band together and destroy all capital.
1,000 years. This long lifespan, once considered a gift, was now a curse. The older Anunnaki remembered a night sky filled with stars. But the young ones had never seen a star. The last, brightest star disappeared behind the gloom years ago. In the cities of Nibiru, the towering spires of ancient buildings loomed over empty streets. The grand avenues, once lined with breathtaking sculptures and shimmering fountains, now seemed to taunt the Anunnaki, a painful reminder of an age of prosperity now long in the past. The gardens that once bloomed with exotic plants and flowers were now withered and brown. Formerly vibrant landscapes were barren and decayed, a casualty of the failing ecosystem. Anu and the Anunnaki people knew that their planet was dying and that they were running out of time. Anu had the greatest minds in the world working on this problem, but the outlook was grim. Then Anu's son Enlil burst into the room. He said, "Father, I know how we can save the planet."
Stephanie Zinnerman is a proven leader. We sent Stephanie
What the fuck? I signed out of this account.
to Albany to be our voice, and in just 2 terms, she secured more money and resources for our...
This episode of the Y-Files,
Oh my goodness.
Dr. Silver mentioned created by mixing a tier
The great Anunnaki of the Seven.
The answer, gold. The precious in the past. The gardens that once bloomed with exotic plants and flowers were now withered and brown. Formerly vibrant landscapes were barren and decayed, a casualty of the failing ecosystem. Anu and the Anunnaki people knew that their planet was dying and that they were running out of time. Anu had the greatest minds in the world working on this problem, but the outlook was grim. Then Anu's son Enlil burst into the room. He said, "Father, I know how we can save the planet." In the halls of learning, the greatest minds of Nibiru worked tirelessly to find a solution. They pored over ancient texts and conducted countless experiments, searching for a way to halt the decay of their world. And then, in a moment of desperation and brilliance, Anunnaki scientists discovered the answer: gold. The precious metal, rare on Nibiru, held the key to their salvation. When suspended in the atmosphere, microscopic gold reflects and absorbs the harmful radiation of the sun and space. It was the one chance to stabilize their atmosphere. It was a long shot and would take years, but it was their only hope. The Anunnaki mobilized all their resources and devised a plan. They sent expeditions to the far reaches of the solar system, searching for planets rich in gold. They would mine the gold, bring it back to their planet, and release it.
Why Thoth couldn't just fucking, like, transmute gold with this fucking piss stone, or what?
Into the atmosphere in a desperate attempt to save their world. For years, probes went out, and probes found nothing. Probes traveled the inner solar system and found nothing but useless volcanic rock and toxic gas. But today, there was a glimmer of hope. One of the probes reported not just the presence of gold, but of many more life-saving resources. All the elders were present at the council meeting: Enki, Inanna, Ninhursag, and Utu. But it was Anu's son Enlil who spoke first.
Data from one of our probes has come in. There is a planet very close to the yellow star, rich in gold. It also has liquid water in abundance. Its atmosphere is thin, thinner than ours, but it has a strong magnetic field that shields it from the radiation killing our planet. It's the 3rd planet from the star.
Anu knew of this planet. They called it Kai, but would later become known as Earth. Earth revolved around the sun very quickly. Nibiru was also in orbit around the star, but it took 3,600 Earth years to complete one revolution. Anu thought Earth sounded perfect. The journey would be dangerous, but times were desperate. Soon Nibiru would be making a close approach to Earth. The timing was perfect. He urged them to depart immediately, but Enlil had more to say.
But Earth is teeming with life, including intelligent creatures, though still early in their development. These creatures are bipedal like us, but smaller than us, perhaps half our height.
The creatures Enlil spoke of were under 6 feet tall.
Dude, I know. The Annunazis real conscious beings because they seem like they have no brain. I know, it's like a weird... Like, if Thoth is an Annunazi, he feels like an AI. And I'm wondering if, like, these AI things survive because they're like... Yeah, they're like... I think they're like AI aliens.
Anunnaki were between 12 and 15 feet tall. This is because Nibiru's gravity wasn't as strong as Earth's. This was just math. More gravity means smaller life forms. Low gravity allows plants and animals to grow very tall. Aside from their small size, the Earth creatures were similar in appearance to the Anunnaki in other ways. The Anunnaki had larger eyes and larger skulls than the Earthlings, but the Earth beings had 2 arms, 2 legs, eyes, nose, mouth, just like the Anunnaki. Anu sensed concern in Enlil's voice.
Do these Earth creatures pose a threat to us and our project?
They are primitive but violent. Some eat animal flesh, if you can imagine. They have no interest in gold, but they may perceive us as a threat. They have no technology beyond wood and stone. Still, in numbers, they could be dangerous.
That's what the Ajiji are for.
The Ajiji were a race of slaves who served the Annunaki in all things, from operating the factories to maintaining order. They were an intelligent and obedient workforce, and they could surely handle primitive creatures half their size. The council convened, the decision was made, and 300 Annunaki and 600 Ajiji were loaded onto great ships. It was time to make the journey sunward. It was time to make the journey to Earth. After a brief stop on Mars, the Annunaki fleet arrived in Earth's orbit. The crew was stunned. The planet was a vibrant blue and green with swirling white clouds. Vast glimmering oceans seemed to go on forever. The planet was full of life in the sky, on land, and the sea below.
Yeah, Annunaki.
I think Thoth did the Cyberpunk 2077 thing where he transferred his consciousness into an engram, like a microchip, allowing his consciousness to inhabit any physical form. Yeah, dude, something cool like that.
The Annunaki marveled at Earth's beauty, but also felt sadness. Their home planet Nibiru was dying, and its people were suffering. But that sadness renewed their resolve. They were here for a purpose: mine all the gold needed to heal their atmosphere.
Annunaki.
A few ships remained in orbit, while others scouted the planet for a suitable landing site. Eventually, they settled on the lush green plains between the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers. Later, this area would become known as Mesopotamia, the Greek word for between two rivers. The ships landed, and the Ajiji were put to work. The Ajiji were a race of aliens that the Annunaki conquered long ago. After the Ajiji were defeated, they were enslaved. They've served the Annunaki ever since.
Yeah, dude, they're such dicks.
The Ajiji look similar to the Annunaki, who look similar to modern humans.
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
I'm getting there. Ajiji were between 12 and 15 feet tall and extremely strong. Where humans have somewhat round skulls, the Annunaki and the Ajiji to some degree have very large and often elongated skulls. These elongated heads have been depicted many times in ancient carvings and frescoes. The Ajiji were given only 7 days to build the great city of Eridu, to be ruled by Anu's son, Enki. The Annunaki were cruel and brutal to the Ajiji.
Douchebag.
The gods' load was great, the toil grievous, the trouble excessive. The great Anunnaki, the seven, were making the Ajiji undertake the toil.
The city was completed on time. Then the Ajiji dug mines and began mining gold. They mined gold day after day, year after year, for 150,000 years. The Ajiji extracted gold by the ton, and ships began making round trips between Earth and Nibiru. Enki, ruling in his father Anu's name, was thrilled.
Dude, Dune is straight up so real. What the fuck, man? This is nuts. We have the spice on our island, on our little planet, so they just came and sucked it all out.
He demanded more output. The slave masters used weapons like particle beams to force the Ajiji to work harder and faster. Enki didn't want to abuse the workforce this way, but felt he had no choice. The atmosphere on Nibiru was all but stripped away. He wasn't sure the gold would get back home in time. Then, against his better judgment...
Hey. What if you used the people who fucked up the planet and made them do it? And maybe the people who give a shit and want to make your planet not a piece of shit, what if they did it? And you left us the fuck out of it.
Judgment, Enki demanded even more output.
Dude, I hate abuser people. All AnnuNazis can suck me. Dude, if they come here, I will fucking throw elbows at them. I swear to God. I will fight swinging on a goddamn alien. They have done nothing but disappoint me. I thought they would be like these great benevolent things. No. They've made a pact with, of all people, the American and Israeli and German government so they can abduct and steal us and drink our blood. And then they taught it to the fucking ones that they let run us. What is up with these a-holes?
From the mines. The slave masters were told to use any means necessary to get this done, including torture. Soon whispers of dissent circulated among the Ajiji. Then the whispers became shouts. No longer would the Ajiji allow themselves to be tortured, and no longer would they work the mines. Atrahasis, a famous leader of the Ajiji, made the decision to rebel.
For too long have we languished under the yoke of the Anunnaki. We were born of the stars, yet condemned to the dark. It is time we seek the light. Now proclaim war. Let us combine hostilities and battle.
The rebellion was swift. The Ujiji were intelligent and strong. They turned their tools into weapons, broke their chains, and fought the Anunnaki for their freedom. The city of Eridu became a battlefield, and gold...
Ooh, I like is Twilight a Vampire Misdirect. It was written by a Mormon. Dude, I didn't even think about the fucking Mormon shit about her. And I mean, I knew that. But yeah, you're right. That's a good... Yeah, it's like a South Park. It explains why it was so popular, because it sucks balls, dude. That makes sense. I like that. Yeah, it's kind of like, or not South Park, Book of Mormon, you know? It's like everyone thinks Book of Mormon is making fun of fucking Mormons. No, it's making you think that they're cute and funny. And they're just, ha ha ha, oh, they're just trying to, asadiga boy. But no, they're literally trying to drink all indigenous people's blood, bro. They're a cult. They're psychotic.
Minds collapsed from the uprising.
Dude, these fucking alien eyes are freaking me out. You gotta stop. Ugh, in-gamer. Get fucked.
Gigi fought bravely, but they failed, and were put back in chains. Enki's brother Enlil had been overseeing the mining operations. He was furious. He wanted the Ajiji killed for treason. But Enki felt differently. The Anunnaki and the Ajiji had thousands of years of shared history.
Shall we meet defiance with tyranny? Or can we forge a new destiny together?
The Ajiji could not return to the mines, and Enki knew this. They would continue to rebel. But someone had to work the mines and do all the labor a large city requires. So Enki had an idea. In the forests were ape-like hominids. They had large brains, walked on two legs, and could use simple tools. They weren't intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but maybe they could become intelligent with just a little genetic engineering.
Dude, fuck these AnnuNazis. They literally are...
There were groups of hominids living in the forest around the Anunnaki cities. These were our ancestors. They were either Homo heidelbergensis or Homo erectus.
Yeah.
Stop it. The Anunnaki took one of the hominid males and attempted to cross his genetics with the Anunnaki.
Yeah, Annunaki.
Enki wanted to create a creature that would be intelligent like the Ajiji, but not too intelligent. They would be strong, but much smaller.
Like, that's not even a joke. It's so not funny. Like, come on, doing it 20 times.
Than the Ajiji. They would be engineered to be submissive.
You're right, that fish is fucking annoying.
And much easier to control. The first experiments were done in a lab, and the results were horrific. Instead of creating a perfect being, the genetic experiments created monsters.
Yeah, what? Oh, like the fucking Long Island monster? Like the long-fingered, long freak-armed, like, Long Island monster? The weird pig monsters? Dude, the Nazis are straight up just trying to be the AnnuNazis.
Cyclops, banshees, and two-headed giants. These monsters still live on in ancient stories. The Anunnaki changed their approach. They genetically spliced their DNA with that of a hominid female. Then, rather than grow the embryo in a lab, they implanted it in the female. It worked. Less than a year later, a child was born, a boy. He looked more like the Anunnaki than the ape-like creatures roaming the forest. They named the child...
Like, they can't figure out a way to get the fucking gold out of the ground without enslaving people? How dumb these people are. They're so uncreative, bro. Oh my god, make a piss stone. Where is Thoth?
Adamu.
Adamu, like Adam from...
Yeah, it's... Yeah, they're trying to make vampires sexy, too.
Adam and Eve?
Yep. Adamu means first man. In Hebrew, the word also means from the ground or earth. In Genesis, God made Adam in his own...
The host of the show seems like he has guaranteed at least 5 solid coke hookups in the phone ready to go.
...image from the dust on the ground. In ancient Sumerian, Akkadian, and Babylonian texts, the creation of man is described the same way. Man is created in the image of the god or gods by mixing the blood of a god with the clay of the earth. Ancient Egyptians had a story of man being created by mixing a tear of a god with the clay of the earth. Blood, or even a tear, would contain DNA. And clay in ancient writings doesn't mean actual clay, it refers to all life on earth. Every culture and religion has some variation of this story.
Not a coincidence.
Probably not. And And there is that gap in history where hominids go from very simple primates to a very intelligent, advanced race. We're far more intelligent than any of the species before us. You'd think there'd be a slow but steady evolution of intelligence, but we don't see it. It's as if humans suddenly appeared. Dr. Ellis Silver wrote a book about this jump in evolution in his book, Humans Are Not From Earth. His theory says that humans were brought here by aliens. Now, whether brought here or created here, the theory says humans were genetically engineered.
What if Thoth created the stone so the Annunazis wouldn't need the Earth anymore, and so they would leave humans alone? That feels like something our boy Thoth might do, right? And then he gets on the internet in like 2012 or whatever and fucking tells us how to do it because he thought all of us dumbasses would be able to figure it out by now.
Using alien
I like
DNA.
that.
Dr. Silver claims that humans are not well suited to Earth's environment, while every other animal is. Why did we lose our fur? Human skin is very sensitive to sunlight and UV radiation. If we spend too much time in the sun, it leads to serious diseases, especially skin cancer. No other animals get sunburned. Mammals have fur or thick skin. Fish scales, even birds' feathers, all offer protection from the sun. Sure, pigs, elephants, and even reptiles can get burned, but they protect themselves by rolling around in mud or changing their skin. Now we have sunblock, but what did humans do to protect their skin 100,000 years ago? Also, humans are more susceptible to illness, disease, and birth disorders than other animals. I have 2 cats. I've had cats for years. I can't remember them ever getting sick. Buddy eventually got sick, but then he died. For 14 years, he never had so much as a cold. Now, I know cats, dogs, and animals do get sick, but not at the rate humans do. Dr. Silver mentions that humans tend to crave food that's bad for us. Salt, sugar, fat, carbs. We're surrounded by vegetables, nuts, and fruit, but most people would rather have a cheeseburger, fries, and a milkshake. I know I would. Back pain is another reason Dr. Silver thinks humans are not from Earth. He claims we're not designed for Earth's gravity. It's too heavy. He believes we evolved on a planet with lower gravity.
Like Nibiru.
Right. The Anunnaki were very human-like, but they were about twice our height, 12 to 15 feet tall. This would indicate they evolved on a planet with lower gravity than Earth. He presents a very compelling case backed up by science. I linked to his book below. It's believed that Homo sapiens first emerged about 300,000 years ago. This is exactly the time of the Ijiji Rebellion. So back to the first man, Adamu. The Anunnaki also created a female, Hiva, so they could—
When I get that feeling, I want sexual healing, sexual healing. It's good for me. Continue.
The Anunnaki needed humans to procreate on their own, and they did, often. The Anunnaki guided this new race for a few hundred years. The population grew to thousands. The Anunnaki taught the new humans all the skills they needed to maintain the city, build homes, plant and harvest crops. But most importantly, the Anunnaki gave humans the skills to mine gold.
Yeah, Annunaki.
The Anunnaki were so pleased with their creation that they allowed humans to visit their sacred garden, Eden.
So, Adamu and Hiva in the Garden of Eden, eh?
According to ancient Sumerian writing, yes.
Sounds familiar.
Yep, there is a lot of the Anunnaki story in every major religion in the world. But now we run into a problem. Humans didn't look like apes at all. They looked pretty much like Anunnaki, just smaller. And human women were beautiful.
Uh-oh, that always means trouble.
One of these women caught the eye of Enki, the Anunnaki ruler of the city Eridu.
Yeah, and there it is. Hey, Enki, her eyes are up here.
But relationships between Anunnaki, Ijiji, and humans were strictly forbidden.
Don't sleep with the help.
Oh, come on, that's rude.
I'm serious. You get in trouble when you party with your employees. Just ask Arnold, Ben Affleck.
So Enki broke the law and had a relationship with a human woman. From this relationship, a child was born, a boy named Adapa. Until now, humans were very simple, docile beings, intelligent enough to do the work the Anunnaki needed, but not intelligent enough to complain about it. The birth of Adapa changed everything. He was part human, part Anunnaki. He was extremely intelligent. He married a woman named Atiti.
Atiti?
Atiti.
What'd I say?
From the family of Adapa began a new line of highly intelligent humans, and they started asking questions. They inherited the Anunnaki's desire for gold and for power. But there was a bigger problem. Another trait emerged in this new line of intelligent humans, a trait that would shape the future of our entire species. That new trait was violence.
Why would you give us that?
In just a few years, the first generation submissive humans were gone. Some were murdered, but most just died out. The new humans had no interest in mating with them, but they still were interested in mating.
Get up, get up, get up, get up. Let's make...
Dude, that's literally what feels like has been happening forever, is that all of the people who don't want to kill people and hurt people, they just get killed by all the fucking people who want to kill and hurt people. So then there's just a bunch of people who want to kill and hurt people.
It's love too nice.
Against the orders of the Anunnaki, these new, intelligent, violent humans procreated a lot.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, because you do it right.
Soon the city of Eridu was overrun. It could no longer sustain the human population. People were killing each other for food. The violence was out of control. Enlil was especially annoyed by the constant disturbance of humans. He decided to lessen the population by sending a series of plagues. First drought, then pestilence, and then famine.
What an asshole.
After each of these plagues, the humans appealed to the god who made them, Enki. He helped ease their suffering and return the earth to its natural state. By now, the Anunnaki had enough gold to heal their planet, and the humans had become a nuisance. The Anunnaki cast them out of Eden and out of Eridu, and from there, the human race spread around the world. But not all humans left. Some stayed and had relationships with several Anunnaki. The children born of these relationships were extremely powerful demigods. Legendary figures like Gilgamesh, Samson, Hercules, and Perseus were the offspring of Anunnaki human unions. But some humans had relationships with the Ajiji. These unions did not produce heroes. They produced monsters. These offspring were a race of giants called the Nephilim. They were cruel and brutal. They tormented and tortured humans, and in many cases, they ate them.
Nephilim episode linked below.
Meanwhile, mankind flourished. Human settlements became cities, and cities became empires. Humans conquered all four corners of the earth. It was a prosperous, if not decadent time. But the human race didn't know their world was about to change, drastically. It first appeared in the night sky like any other star, but as the weeks passed, the object grew brighter and larger. Humans were confused and growing concerned. They had no idea what this object was, but the Anunnaki did. It was their home. Nibiru takes 3,600 years to orbit the sun, but its orbit is highly elliptical, so Nibiru travels way beyond Pluto, nearly to the Kuiper Belt, then swings all the way back through the inner solar system. During this time, it comes very close to the Earth.
Where's the mute the fish button?
So the Anunnaki started packing. They had enough gold to heal their atmosphere. There's no reason to stay on Earth anymore. Besides, when Nibiru got close to the Earth, they did not want to be on the surface.
Oh, this sounds ominous.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be bad.
How bad?
Well, imagine every disaster movie you've ever seen rolled into one cataclysmic event.
Okay, that's bad.
It's actually way worse.
Yeah, but what about the humans?
These fucking dummies, they couldn't, like, push their planet a little bit out of the way or something? Aren't they they fly into Earth. They're doing genetic modification. They can't put some thrusters on their planet and make it not hit us.
After Nibiru passes by the Earth, there won't be any humans left.
Oh no.
The flood.
The farmer was startled awake. The sun was just rising over the mountains in the east. The animals always got restless at sunrise, eagerly awaiting their breakfast. But the animals were more than restless. They were going crazy. His wife groaned and rolled over as he launched himself out of bed. When he got to his barn, the farmer was shocked. His horses were literally screaming to get out of their stalls. One broke its neck trying to break free. His sheep were running in unison like a flock of birds, making a large circle within the pen. Occasionally, one would break off and throw itself against the stone corral. A few injured sheep limped around the perimeter. At least 2 were dead. It was madness. The farmer didn't know what caused the sudden alarm, but he was sure it had something to do with the object in the sky. His village first noticed it months ago when a new light appeared in the night sky. It looked like a star, as the sky gods called it. But the sky gods were gone now. After the new star appeared, they boarded great chariots that took them to the heavens. His people were on their own now. The object no longer looked like a star. It was almost the size of the moon. And like the moon, the farmer could see features on the great disk. Clouds were visible. He could see mountains and oceans. But unlike the moon, the object was visible during the day, constant and oppressive. He knew it was getting larger, or was it getting closer? It was difficult to tell. The farmer jumped when a flock of birds suddenly and loudly took flight. He scanned the forest and horizon beyond, and it seemed like every bird in the world had taken to the air. But there were no songs being sung. The birds were screeching. Then he felt it, a vibration. At first he thought it was his body trembling, but then realized the ground beneath his feet was trembling. The farmer felt the sound before he heard it, a hum so deep it was barely there, but the sound caused a wave of sickness to wash over him. He dropped to his knees to vomit when the world started tearing itself apart. He had experienced earthquakes before, some very powerful and frightening. Nothing compared to this. The ground shook and rolled like a boat at sea. Over his shoulder, he saw the barn crumble. He wondered how many of his horses were killed. He hoped his favorite horse survived. He wanted to run over and save what animals he could, but the tremor would not allow him to stand. Then his house collapsed. The farmer vomited again, knowing his wife and 3 children were still sleeping there. He hoped they slept through their death. They didn't. He heard his wife screaming from the rubble. He heard the wail of an infant. Then he heard himself screaming. But those sounds were suddenly overwhelmed by a great rumble as the ground lurched forward. The stone corral tumbled. Animals were knocked off their feet. Deafening thunder came next, but louder than any thunder he'd ever heard. The farmer covered his ears, but it was no help. What he couldn't hear, he could feel. He looked to the west. There was the grassy hill with the large olive tree. As far as he knew, the tree had been there forever. The graves of his parents and their parents were in the shade of that tree. He thought his grave might be there soon. Then from over that ridge, he saw what seemed to be mountains of fire. Flaming stones as big as houses were launched into the sky, through the clouds, and into the heavens. Hundreds of them, thousands maybe. Dark smoke billowed from something in that direction, and before he knew it, the blue sky had turned black. The morning sun had disappeared. But at least he didn't have to look at the great disk anymore. He finally got to his feet and staggered toward his house. All he could hear was the growl of the earth, but he knew his wife was still alive. If he could just get to her, maybe he could... Then, a hot coal landed beside him, the kind he'd seen in ovens at the market. It was bright red and aflame. Then another coal landed nearby, this one a bit larger. They hissed as they burned in the tall grass. He then realized the rocks of fire that were launched into the heavens were coming home. Soon stones made of fire were crashing all around him, and they were getting bigger. The barn disappeared in a hail of fire. On the ground, he saw the shadows. The stones were definitely getting larger, and they were bigger than houses, much bigger. The farmer stopped when one of the large shadows found him. He knew what was next. He said a prayer as the faint shadow in the grass grew larger and darker. He heard an approaching scream as the shadow spilled across his entire farm. Then everything went black. The fisherman was working frantically. The great disk in the sky was shaking the earth, and buildings were crumbling as if made of sand. He lashed ropes around a wooden pike to hold his boat in place. The waves were growing bigger, and his boat was thrashing violently. He hoped his knot would hold. Occasionally, a brick made of fire would drop from the sky and land in the water with an angry hiss. The fisherman was more confused than frightened. The morning was clear and peaceful, and the fish were biting. He was going to make a fortune at the market, but the storm had cut his trip short. Now a blanket over the mountains and the earth, and the wind was howling. Soon the wind's howl became a roar, and rain thrashed so violently that the drops left painful welts in his skin. The earth had been shaking for hours, or was it just minutes? He couldn't tell. When the small houses in the village fell, countless lives were lost, but there were some survivors. They were making their way to the caves nearby. The tremors made it slow going, but the fisherman was sure they'd make it. A gust of wind felt like a shove that knocked the fisherman off his feet. But this shove continued and continued. The wind was so strong, the man was pinned to the ground, face painfully pushing into the sand. Any houses that survived the quake would not survive this gale. He was being pelted with sand and debris, and boats that weren't tied down sailed through the air, exploding into splinters when they landed. He once again hoped that knot would hold. He managed to get to his feet as soil and dust whirled around him. He couldn't see more than 2 paces in any direction. Unsure of where to go, he followed the sound of a child crying. But that child sounded so...
He was just about to make a fortune at the market, bro.
far, far away. Then, as if the sky gods had commanded it, the wind and rain stopped.
Yeah, dude, because they had a fucking Tesla howitzer.
Debris.
It's Peter Thiel's AnnuNazi great-great-grandfather.
Fell to the ground as if dropped by the god's hands. The earth stopped trembling, though he could still feel a rumble somewhere down deep. It could be the sound of hell itself. He saw a few stragglers wearing heavy packs on their way to the caves. Behind him, he heard a familiar sound, the sound of a river. But there were no rivers near the village. He turned around and saw that the sea had all but disappeared. Water was rushing away at a ferocious speed. But to where? Soon the ocean was a field of mud that stretched to the horizon. His boat dangled from the wooden pike. The knot held. Thousands of fish wriggled and flopped in the wet sand where the ocean used to be. He thought this would be the greatest feast the birds would ever see. Then he realized there were no birds, not a single one. With the water gone, the only sound was that of fish flipping over and over again, slowly drowning in the air. The fisherman's eyes continued to the horizon. He saw a great white cloud stretch from one end of the world to the other. He stood silently in awe. Then he realized it wasn't a cloud, it was a mountain, and it was growing. But how could it be a mountain? It was a mountain of water, a wave. The biggest wave he'd ever seen. The biggest wave anyone had ever seen. As it approached, its crest pierced the clouds, taller than any mountain, higher than any bird could fly, bigger than anything the fisherman had ever seen. His father taught him how to steady his boat when a big wave hits, but his father never mentioned a wave that touched the heavens. Soon, what little light seeped through the gloom was snuffed out by the shadow of the wall of water. The wave rushed ahead at great speed. The man thought that not even the finest, fastest horse could outrun it. Within seconds, the wall of water was all he could see. It was coming. The man sighed and settled his breath. He'd been born by the sea, and he would die by the sea. This would be a good death. He closed his eyes, opened his arms wide, and smiled. In orbit, the Anunnaki watched the continents of the Earth sink beneath the ocean. Tiny islands, once the peaks of great mountains, appeared here and there, but there were too few for anyone to survive, for anything to survive. They knew the Great Flood was coming. Nibiru passes by the Earth every 3,600 years, but the distance varies. Sometimes Nibiru stays far outside the moon's orbit, and the effects on Earth are small. But sometimes, like this visit, Nibiru soared between the Earth and the moon at 40,000 miles per hour. The Anunnaki knew the Earth would be devastated. In the months prior, there was a lot of debate among the elder Anunnaki.
Yeah, Annunaki.
At first, they decided to let humanity perish. Enlil said that humans served their purpose, and now were nothing but a nuisance. A great flood was just what the Earth needed, a fresh start. But Enki had grown to love humans. Remember, he married a human woman. Enki offered Enlil and the other Anunnaki a compromise. The flood would come as planned, but one man and his family would be spared. Utnapishtim, a wise and good man. He and his wife and family would build a large boat.
An ark.
Yes, and on that boat, they would take the seeds of all living creatures. When the flood came, all life on Earth was destroyed. But Utnapishtim, his family, and the contents of his boat survived. Every day, Utnapishtim released birds to find land. One day, a raven did not return. He sailed in that direction. After a few days, the boat came to rest on an island that, as the waters receded, became a mountaintop. And now life, including humanity, would start again.
That's the story of Noah's Ark.
It is. But this version is from the Epic of Gilgamesh, written at least 3,000 years earlier, and the story's probably much older than that. Every culture and religion on Earth has a flood myth, which are all very similar to the Sumerian flood myth. Some cultures tell the identical story just with different names. So mankind is reborn. But this time, the Anunnaki put in some safeguards.
We better not be getting another fucking flood. I'll be so pissed, dude.
They shortened the human lifespan. They made us more susceptible to illness. They made childbirth dangerous for both mother and child. They would not let the human population get out of control.
Bill Gates and the World Economic Forum would be proud.
They would.
You're gonna live in a pod and eat bugs, you know.
I am not eating bugs.
Worms are pretty good.
I like sushi.
Your jibe cuts me, sir. It cuts me to the quick.
Soon, new settlements and villages emerged, but all of humanity's previous knowledge was lost to the sea. They were back to the Stone Age. Enki and even Enlil were impressed by the resilience of man and decided to visit the settlements. The Anunnaki descended from the heavens and rose from the seas to give people the gift of civilization. Humans are taught reading and writing, mathematics, astronomy, and even engineering. They're taught how to build great cities. And some believe the Anunnaki helped them build huge structures like pyramids and obelisks found in Egypt and South America. And those pyramids and obelisks were built for a specific purpose, by the way. Tesla might have figured it out, but that's another story.
Tesla pyramid link below.
The last time Nibiru passed by Earth was about 700 years ago. That time happens to coincide with the emergence of the Sumerian civilization, the first civilization on Earth. Or was it? Nibiru passes by Earth every 3,600 years. Sometimes Nibiru comes so close to the Earth that the planet is wiped clean. About 13,000 years ago, the end of the Younger Dryas, was the time of the Great Flood. This coincides with the time when Nibiru would be passing by. Some believe a meteor impact caused the flood. Others believe it was a major solar event. But what if it was Nibiru that caused the ice sheets to melt and flood the Earth? What if that's the exact story that we've heard today? The earliest Great Flood myth comes from ancient Sumer, about 7,000 years ago. However, tablets and tablets of Sumerian writing still exist, writing that fills books upon books. The Sumerians wrote down everything. They said the Great Flood story, which was told in the Epic of Gilgamesh, happened many years earlier. The dates work out. And if the Sumerians were right, there was a civilization on Earth before the flood, as many researchers like Graham Hancock claim. Now, that previous civilization didn't have advanced technology, but they certainly witnessed it.
What?
Carvings and texts from ancient Sumer, India, China, Japan, Egypt, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, they all tell the same story. Gods who rode chariots in the sky, gods who created mankind, gods who destroyed the earth with a flood, and gods who helped us rebuild it. Nibiru is due to return around the year 2900. Now, maybe it will be a gentle transit, and humanity will continue to evolve and innovate. Maybe by then we'll have learned a way to communicate with the
AnnuNazis are so abusive, dude. They're just abusive domestic partners or whatever. Domestic abusing partners. They do the fucking flood to us, and then they're like, oh, we feel bad. We'll let a couple of you live. Gross.
ancient sky gods.
Yeah, Annunaki.
We'll teach yous ones how to do math, and we'll teach yous how to be slave masters.
Or maybe Nibiru's next visit will be a violent one, bringing with it another cataclysm that wipes the Earth clean. So does that mean all of humanity is destroyed and we have to start again? I don't think so. Technology is going to keep moving forward. By the time the year 2900 arrives, I'm sure we'll be building outposts on the Moon, Mars, Europa, Enceladus. We'll be mining asteroids and stopping at Europa to refuel and refill our water tanks. Humanity will be a spacefaring species. And like we've conquered every corner of the Earth, I believe with a little luck and a lot of cooperation, we can conquer every corner of our solar system. Nibiru may destroy the Earth in the year 2900, but that's okay, because by then, we'll be the sky gods.
We're gonna be the mind gods.
The Anunnaki, the sky gods from Nibiru who traveled to the Earth in search of gold, needed to save their planet. And while here, they created the human race as a slave species to mine that gold. Eventually, humans grew too intelligent, greedy, arrogant, and violent. Then they were wiped out in a global flood when Nibiru passed close to the Earth. This story is one of my all-time favorites, and it is a classic. The Ancient Aliens television series is built around this story. But is it true?
Ancient astronaut theorists say yes.
I know they do. Almost all the Anunnaki ancient alien story comes from the work of Zecharia Sitchin. His book, The 12th Planet, explained how the story is written word for word in ancient Sumerian texts. His first book was such a hit that he wrote a whole series about ancient aliens and their time here on Earth. Sitchin spent over 20 years studying Sumerian tablets and teaching himself ancient languages. He translated thousands of texts, and a legend was born. So, who was Zecharia Sitchin? A Sumerologist? An archaeologist? A philologist?
What in the name of Anu is a philologist?
A philologist studies languages that are no longer spoken, like Latin, Ancient Greek, Sanskrit, Sumerian, and many others. So, philologist, archaeologist, Sumerologist. Sitchin was none of these. He claimed to have an economics degree from the University of London, though that's never been confirmed. While he was working for a shipping company in New York, he taught himself Sumerian cuneiform. He then visited some ancient sites and started to piece together the ancient astronaut theory. Now, I'm a huge fan of Zecharia Sitchin. I've read all of his books many times, and they're brilliant.
But
he was wrong about just about everything.
Oh, no.
His translations of Sumerian writing are more interpretations than actual translations. He even gets the meaning of the word Anunnaki wrong.
In the ancient texts of Sumeria, the term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came.
Yeah, that's wrong. The Ancient Aliens TV show uses Zecharia Sitchin's translation, not the real translation.
The term Anunnaki means those who from the heavens came.
Yeah, that's wrong. The Ancient Aliens TV show uses Zecharia Sitchin's translation, not the real translation. Anunnaki actually means royal blood or royal seed. Anu was the king of the gods, and his consort was named Ki. The Annunaki were descended from Anu and Ki. They became the gods in the Mesopotamian pantheon. Sitchin's book was released in 1976. There was no internet. There were no databases of ancient writing and cuneiform, but now there is. Because we now know so much about how the Sumerians spoke and wrote, we also know that Zecharia Sitchin wasn't a very good translator. He got even basic words and grammar wrong. In fact, the title, The 12th Planet, refers to the image on the Sumerian cylinder seal VA-243. On the seal, the sun is surrounded by 12 objects that appear to be planets. Sitchin claims that the Sumerians knew of all the planets in the solar system, plus Nibiru and a few other objects. Now, the truth is, the Sumerians did know about planets, but they didn't know of any beyond Saturn. They didn't have telescopes, and Saturn was all that they could see with the naked eye.
Maybe the Anunnaki told them.
Hang on, I'm getting there. Other things Sitchin got wrong. Not a single Sumerian text mentions a flying vehicle. Yes, we read about them in other cultures. Ancient Indians wrote extensive...
That cat looks a little Shekel Gruberish. Schindler's List cat. Snitching on a motherfucker. Hi, Crystal. Balls.
About Vimana, giant vessels that could soar above the clouds. And in researching this episode, I learned all kinds of interesting things about Vimana that I didn't know. And if you want a full video on that, let me know. It would be a good one. Back to Sitchin. The Sumerians wrote about gold a few times, but not that much. And there's nothing in the text about mining gold to heal the atmosphere on Nibiru. By the way, Nibiru means crossing. Sitchin interpreted this to mean it was a planet that crossed the Earth's orbit every 3,600 years, but that's not what Nibiru was. Nibiru, or the crossing, was often associated with a solstice. It could refer to an object in the sky that indicated a solstice, or it could mean the sun or possibly a star crossing a certain way during a solstice. Sitchin took this idea and ran with it. He interpreted Nibiru to be a planet, but it wasn't. I'm not sure how he came up with the 3,600-year orbit, but if a huge object roared past the Earth every 3,600 years, you'd think there'd be plenty of documentation.
Well, maybe it was lost in the flood.
Well, now the flood is interesting. Every culture and religion has a flood myth. I think the count is up to 140, and maybe more. And they're all very, very similar stories. Frequently, 8 people are saved, as in the stories of Noah, Utnapishtim, and many others. It's been said that all the flood myths are copied from the others, and that the flood in the Bible is derived from the Epic of Gilgamesh. But when the ancient Sumerians wrote about the flood, even to them, this was an event that happened in their ancient history.
The Younger Dryas.
It could be. I think it probably was. I think all these myths were referring to the same great flood, and they didn't copy each other. I think they all arose independently. The ancient Chinese, Mayans, Nordics, and Polynesians weren't intermingling in ancient times, yet they all tell the same story. Probably because it happened. Also, almost as many cultures have a creation myth about a god adding his own essence to clay. The essence could be DNA, and the clay could represent early hominids. Zecharia Sitchin's ancient astronaut theory is considered pseudoscience. His work has been called far worse. So is the story of the Anunnaki and Nibiru debunked? Well, not so fast. Debunkers have been asking for hard evidence, physical proof of the Anunnaki. For thousands of years, the Sumerian cities of Eridu and Ur were myths, but they were eventually found. And in the city of Ur, a tomb was discovered. In the tomb was the skeleton of a queen of the first Sumerian dynasty.
The first queen?
Yep.
That would make her a human Anunnaki hybrid.
Well, according to the legend, it would.
Is she?
Sure looks like it.
Yahtzee!
Giant.
The ancient Sumerian city of Ur had been lost for thousands of years, but in the early 20th century, it was discovered. In 1927, British archaeologist Leonard Woolley discovered the remains of Queen Puabi. She's queen of the first dynasty of Ur, which, if you believe the ancient astronaut theory, places her very close to when the Anunnaki started creating humans. It's been speculated that Queen Puabi was a human-Anunnaki hybrid. Her skull was huge, elongated, and the Anunnaki were described as having skulls just like this. There's currently an effort to have her DNA tested, but that project has been met with some resistance.
Yeah, predictable.
Now, Queen Puabi is not unique. Elongated skulls have been found all over the world. A large number of them have been found in Peru. They're called the Paracas skulls.
Now, let me guess. They're also against DNA testing.
They're actually not. Their DNA was tested in 2014, and the results were surprising. The skulls date back thousands of years and have DNA only found in people in the Middle East.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Peru is not in the Middle East, is it?
It's not. And listen to this. The DNA from the largest skull has genetics that originate in Mesopotamia.
They're real! Annunaki!
Well, mainstream science doesn't think so.
Mainstream science can go pound.
True.
One of the researchers of the skulls, L.A. Marzulli, believes the skulls belong to Nephilim hybrids. And it's interesting that people with Middle Eastern DNA were in the jungles of South America thousands of years ago. Are they Nephilim?
Yep.
Anunnaki hybrids?
Yep.
I'll leave it to you to decide. Now, we know Sitchin was wrong about the planet Nibiru. But in 2015, Caltech researchers found evidence of a huge object deep in the solar system. It's a planet about the size of Neptune with an orbit so elliptical it reaches far beyond Pluto.
Just like Nibiru.
Yep. Now, there are no photographs of it yet, but it's so large that its gravity is affecting the orbits of objects in the Kuiper Belt. Researchers say there is a 98% chance the object is there.
Yeah, Annunaki.
It was a long-held belief that Homo sapiens' large brain is what made us so intelligent, but a Neanderthal brain was the same size as ours. Now, they weren't simple cavemen. Neanderthals built families, societies, created art, music, and waged organized war. But Homo sapiens eventually wiped out Neanderthals. How? Neanderthals were extremely strong, far more physically powerful than humans, and they had the same sized brain. They should have destroyed us. Why didn't they? In 2013, Homo naledi was discovered. Homo naledi are an extinct species of early humans. They had very small brains, only about 1/3 the size of ours. Yet they knew how to make stone tools. They conducted funeral rituals, which implies they had religion, or some idea of an afterlife, which also implies they had language. They were very intelligent. So if brain size doesn't indicate intelligence, what does? Well, in 2020, a very interesting study was released by scientists at the Max Planck
Wait. Fun fact, Neanderthal DNA is traced to autism.
Institute of Cell Biology and Genetics. They identified a genetic mutation that triggered the faster creation of neurons in the Homo sapien brain. The gene is known as TKTL1. Other hominids also had this gene, including Neanderthals, but they all differ from the modern human gene by one amino acid. This small change wouldn't come from crossbreeding or years of evolution. The only time we see a single gene altered this specifically is when that gene is targeted and manipulated with technology, with genetic engineering. By altering this one gene, Homo sapiens are able to grow neurons much faster than any other hominid species, faster by far. For 300,000 years, Homo sapiens didn't change much. They didn't invent or innovate. In fact, Neanderthals were the dominant species on Earth up until about 50,000 years ago. Then something happened. Men suddenly started to create, reason, and invent. Within a few generations, Neanderthals were wiped out, and Homo sapiens conquered the world. And our species has been rapidly advancing ever since. That gene, TKTL1, with just a tiny tweak, acted like a turbo switch in our minds and made us who we are today. Now, you may not believe in the Anunnaki, but you still have to wonder, who flipped the switch?
Both.
Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. My name is AJ, that's Cyclefish.
Fuck off,
Are you happy? We
Cyclefish.
finally did an Anunnaki episode, and it was...
Hell yeah. Dudes, do you guys want to watch well, we'll watch this Holocaust this Himmler infographic thing? But what about, do you guys want to watch one of these Chronovisor videos? You know, about the secret Vatican time machine or time peering thing? I'm gonna see if this is good. And if it sucks, then we'll bail. And then we can watch Heinrich
Welcome
Himmler.
to this episode of Hidden History. In this episode, we will discuss...
Here, wait. Let's just see what our options are. There's that one. This is Universe Inside You.
What was it like when Alexander wept, seeing he had no more worlds to conquer? What went on in the Duke of Wellington's tent as he ordered the final charge?
We got a
which
lady
stopped
creator?
Napoleon?
Let's go.
Was Cleopatra really as attractive as they say that day she met Julius Caesar? Of course, we can read all about these historical events on the pages of many books or see their reenactment.
Groundbreaking study unveils role of Neanderthal genes in autism. The research is the first to show that certain genetic traits inherited from Neanderthals plays a significant role in autism. 14 years ago, scientists discovered that modern humans carry Neanderthal DNA, a legacy of interbreeding with our extinct cousins. Since then, researchers have linked these ancient genetic variants to various health conditions, including severe COVID-19, autoimmune diseases, and mental health conditions. Our findings suggest that some Neanderthal genetic variants could play a role in autism susceptibility. Dang! We are excited about potential implications of the findings for autism research, added Casanova. Understanding the role of Neanderthal DNA in autism could lead to new insights and approaches to diagnosis and a better understanding of the different causes of autism. Yeah, few genetic variants are enriched in people with autism compared to ethnically matched control groups. Furthermore, the research also found 25 genetic markers linked to the brain that are more common in people with autism. Let's go. Let's frickin' go, dude. Autistic Neanderthals.
Fragments through film, but we can't actually experience them firsthand. We can't see and hear the vivid details for ourselves without the fog of historical translation. Or can we? Deep within the hidden halls and chambers of the Vatican, some believe there lies a device that allows exactly that, a way to view the past firsthand. Just a conspiracy theory? Perhaps. Yet modern science is beginning to explore unconventional ways the past can be recorded and viewed, moving beyond the confines of time and space as they do. And what they are finding is astonishing. Could the ability to view the past for ourselves be a technological possibility sometime in the near future? Or perhaps it is already a possibility, one known about not only by the Vatican, but by some of the greatest thinkers of our time. Before we continue, we'd like to thank ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. ExpressVPN is the #1 VPN provider on the market, providing the best security and top stay anonymous searching. No matter how encrypting you're on the market. The try expressvpn.com/universe inside you. We saw everything. The agony in the garden, the betrayal of Judas, the trial, crucifixion. These were the shocking words of Father Pellegrino Ernetti, as recounted in the 2000 book Le Nouveau Mystère du Vatican, The Vatican's New Mystery, written by Ernetti's friend and colleague, Father Francois Brunet. It was the early 1960s, and the two men were sailing along the Grand Canal in Venice, Italy, discussing various biblical interpretations, when abruptly, Ernetti proclaimed that interpretations were unnecessary, since it was possible to see for oneself what had actually happened. But how? Brunet asked, skeptical. Ernetti explained that deep within the Vatican was a device that allowed its user to see and hear events from the past. Not a time machine that sent a person back in time, but rather a sort of time viewer, which brought the past into the present, a device which could tune into specific events of the past and display them on a screen, like some sort of time-traveling television. It was called the Chronovisor, Ernetti declared, and with it he had seen not only the last days of the life of Jesus, the agony, the betrayal, the trial, crucifixion, but the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, the creation of the 10 Commandments, and other biblical moments, as well as notable historical events, like a speech by famed Roman senator Marcus Tullius Cicero, a performance of the lost tragedy, The Estes, and even events from the life of Napoleon. It must be said, Pellegrino Ernetti was not an eccentric man by nature. He was a Benedictine monk, a scientist and author, a musicologist, and the chair of pre-polyphony at the prestigious Benedetto Marcello Conservatory of Music in Venice. In other words, he was not the type of man prone to telling fantastical stories. Brune knew this, and thus he immediately began to question Ernetti about the mysterious Chronovisor. Ernetti revealed that the idea had come to him many years earlier while working on a project with his colleague, Father Agostino Gemelli, at the Catholic University of Milan. While attempting to filter harmonics out of old Georgian chants, they had seemingly heard the voice of Gemelli's dead father speaking through the recorder. Intrigued, if not stunned, Ernetti began to wonder, what did happen to the sounds that people made after they ostensibly disappeared? Could it really be that voices from the past were being recorded somehow? To answer his question, Ernetti brought together a team of scientists who began to work immediately. The end result, according to Ernetti, was the Chronovisor. Curiously, Ernetti would not reveal the members of his team, though surely Brune was eager to know, and in fact, the identities of the scientists have remained secret to this day, but for two noteworthy names.
Isn't it Wernher von Braun and Enrico Fermi?
Enrico Fermi, one of the designers of the first atomic bomb, and Wernher von Braun, the German rocket scientist and father of the Cold War space race.
Nazis.
Had these historical scientists, at the direction of Pellegrino Ernetti, really created a way to view the past? In 1972, an Italian magazine called La Domenica del Corriere published an article which led with the headline, "A machine that photographs the past has finally been invented." The article included Ernetti's account of the Chronovisor, alongside...
Dude, that picture is not fucking... is telling me no. that you can't. Come on.
Most astonishingly, a photograph of the face of Jesus at the moment of crucifixion, which Ernetti had purportedly taken using the device. Proof, the article asserted, of the Chronovisor's existence and...
I think they say, too, though, that every time they go back to visit these things, they're slightly different.
...function. Despite the incredible nature of Ernetti's proclamations, in the years that followed, the story mostly faded from view.
Werner von Hanken John Green Braun.
Never confirmed, but equally never fully invalidated. For his part, Ernetti said late in his life that the Chronovisor had eventually been dismantled to prevent it from ever falling into the wrong hands.
Ooh, I like this. Blair, I just saw that you said, holy fuck, what if the octopus wasn't one person but some sort of council, a council of 8 making the decisions behind the fate of Europe for the Rothschilds? I like that. If Alan was one of them or the head of the octopus, that means the U.S. was never in a war against Germany. Not really. No, for real, yeah. Meaning that the submarine saboteurs very possibly were working with the CIA and FBI. A billy quadrillion %. That is for sure what I think. From the start, like the FBI, you know, it's like an inside coup, essentially. I don't know how they have it split up, but like at this point, it feels like anyone who works at the FBI is a straight up criminal. But I wanted to hope that some of it is real, but it's fucking not, dude. They're all just criminals. And yeah, from the start, the FBI from at least 1942, dude, is working with these spies. They knew that they were not... They knew that they were coming, essentially, you know? They covered for them. They covered everything for them. They had interviews and they, you know, they just took whatever their answers were and then they said, yep, okay, we got them. But that was all pre-planned, for sure. Definitely. But no, Blair, for sure. Heinrich Himmler, I like that idea. 8 sounds about fucking right, too, because there's about 1 billion of them. There's 8 arms of an octopus, might as well. But, you know, we know, like, Himmler very much fits the bill. Dulles fits the bill. I think right now it's like... Yeah, it's more than Peter Thiel. It could be 8. Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep our eyes open. We'll figure it out, though. But yeah, good thinking.
Hands, which are net.
But yeah, there was no war. I think that like FDR wasn't in on it. You know, like there's factions. I think that the coup faction was this big at the start, and by now it's 100% coup faction. You know, they slowly, because they were all conspiring behind everyone's back. You know, they killed, dude, the fucking communist purge in like the 50s and shit, in the 60s. That was like all part of this. It was them getting rid of anyone with a conscience and anyone with a heart at all. But it was all the business extremists getting together all over the world because they don't have fucking, you know, they don't care about borders, really, you know. Just when it comes to controlling their populations. But to them, they're like, we're world travelers. We're world traveling business extremists. And they all work together, yeah. And so the Lorenz family and the Heydlers, who are probably the same, and the fucking Himmlers and all these Nazi families went along with the JP Morgans and the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds and all these rat fuck families that all think that they're AnnuNazis. They say, we're gonna do Nazi shit. let's conspire and make a bunch of people's kids die for no reason other than we want to play games. Like, dude, I hate them so much. But yeah, it was like, dude, Hitler was an actor. He's just straight up an actor. Just like Ronald Reagan. They've been doing the same shit for so long. But yeah. And dude, Germany didn't sign the what's that article or whatever that they like submit or whatever to the United States, the like treaty that they give up the World War. They didn't sign it. So never stopped. never started.
The scariest dictatorship the world has ever seen. There are those, however, who believe that somewhere deep inside the Vatican, the Chronovisor remains to this day.
Dude, yeah, that's why I think it's called the octopus. I like that, yeah. Yeah, it's like a board. Always. A board of Nancy's running the world like a business. An awful concentration camp-like business.
Hidden, intact, functional. Could the Chronovisor really still exist? Has it ever existed? Or is it all just a hoax? Curiously, in 1988, the Vatican itself
Nothing is a hoax anymore, bitches.
issued an official decree on the Chronovisor in which it warned that anyone using an instrument of such characteristics would be excommunicated. Why would the Vatican feel the need to publicly comment on the Chronovisor if it was nothing but a hoax? And moreover...
Always, yeah. That's, again, Canada saying, no, Justin Trudeau is not Fidel Castro's son. Stop saying that. That means that he is. Thank you.
Why would they...
Dude, come on. This can't be a picture of Jesus.
They not deny its existence, but rather instruct their followers not to use it. For answers, we might start in the realm of science. The idea of a device able to view events from the past, perhaps...
Yeah, so this is the same exact theory of devs. So in devs, the supercomputer that they like worship, it's this beautiful gold glowing supercomputer that's like at the center of their black cube room. Dude, I wish we could watch that live. That would be cool. I would probably get an actual strike for that though. But I think that there is a theory, I think this thing is true, that if you know the state of one atom, you know the state of all the atoms touching it or some shit like that. And the supercomputer basically extrapolates out on that and is able to create a whole world based on... so in theory, if you can know all the particles touching one particle by knowing what the one particle is or what it's doing or whatever, then in theory you should be able to reinterpret the entire world if you had enough processing power, But it's the same theory, I think, as the Chronovisor or whatever.
Seems preposterous at first, except we actually use crude versions of Chronovisors every day. A mirror, for one, is a sort of Chronovisor. You don't actually see your reflection in real time, but rather you see yourself a few millionths of a second before. The time it takes the light to travel from a person's face to the mirror, and then reflect back to their eyes. Looking in a mirror is, in effect, viewing the past. A telescope is another type of Chronovisor. The distant galaxies a telescope views are not being viewed as they are now.
Ronald Dragon.
But millions or billions of years ago, when the light left them. Of course, the Chronovisor of Ernetti was much more complex than that.
Nazis have been touching lots of particles, brother.
While the effects of a mirror or telescope are based on distance, Ernetti's Chronovisor could tune to specific times and places in the past as easily as one could change the channel on their television. To conceptualize this, perhaps what is needed is a re-examination of what is meant by time and space. Ernetti explained that his chronovisor worked by detecting images and sounds that had been created, which were floating in space. This assertion is based on the principle that every light particle has its own unique timestamp, which exists externally. That is, each has its own unique key, which relates to a specific point in time. In theory, by grouping, sorting, and...
Dude, is this... They're just saying that everything is being recorded somehow? What the fuck? No way.
Filtering light particles according to a certain time.
I mean, that's what the Magnificent One thing is, too. Dude, oh my god. Have you... You guys all watched the OA, right? I am rewatching it, and I fell asleep at... I'm on the second season already. And I fell asleep at like episode 3, and I woke up at the finale, like the last 20 minutes of the finale. I've already seen it, so I just like watched the finale. Dude, I was in tears. I had goosebumps. I didn't realize all the black cube imagery. Class project is to rewatch the OA, okay? It's not on anything. They got rid of it. We should be able to frickin' watch it, right? Maybe we'll put on the end of the OA. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's so crazy. Like, if you haven't seen it, it's like, I don't know. I guess that's nuts to just watch the last 20 minutes of the OA with you guys. It would be fun, though. But, dude, oh my god. When they started doing the movements and stuff, like... resonantly tuning, bro. Oh man, that was so sick. Oh, dude, I gotta say too, my wife wanted to take. We went to fucking. She goes to yoga a lot, and I've gone a couple times, but I've always been, I've always been really kind of bigger. So, like, I did jujitsu once, and like the second that I bought the gi and stuff, I went like 3 times and had a blast. And the second I bought the gi and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do it, I was in class and the instructor broke my fucking rib in like, I don't know, I think I'm like made of glass or something. But I was like really self-conscious because I was like a lot bigger then and stuff, and I couldn't fit in the gis, all of the gis that they had available, But anyway, so I never really like got into yoga because I felt I couldn't like do it, and I couldn't like, I don't know. I would feel like sick from being hot and doing all that shit. But I finally feel like at a good weight and like like I am a much healthier weight for I think I am where I'm supposed to be and stuff. But this yoga class was so fucking fun, dude. My wife wanted me to come because she said it's her favorite, it's her favorite instructor. What's a yoga teacher? It's her favorite, like, person who leads the class. And this lady was so fun. She had fun music, like a Kendrick Lamar song came on in the middle of, her thing. It was more like a fun like movement dance thing. But bro, the first 10 minutes, everyone just laid down and like without anyone saying anything, everyone was just like resonantly tuning. It was fucking cool. They were, I think a lot of people, because Lisa's mentioned this before, she's like, yeah, it's kind of like a lot of people like let out these deep breaths and shit and stuff, and before the class she's like, don't be weirded out by that or whatever. I was like, oh, I don't care. But I have been to the other yoga classes and I was kind of like, this is so weird. Why is there, there's like 6 people in the other classes that I've been in, or maybe a little bit more, but like there wasn't that many people, and just like people like like being really loud. I remember being like, what the frick? But now we go to this class and everyone's laying down and stretching and stuff, and just like without anyone saying anything, just starts going yeah. Well, people were just doing like sighs and stuff, But then I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to take this time to do my fucking gateway tape here for a minute. But I don't know, it was really fun. It was like, I feel like I was able to like meditate for most of the time, especially once I understood the movements and stuff. But I don't know, it felt like a cool thing that might like pair well with the gateway tapes. I feel like I'm kind of stuck, but I'm still pushing through on mine. I feel like I can get in it really fast now. And by the end, every time I feel like my body's kind of like high almost. It's not like, it feels kind of like tingly, like almost like numb or whatever. I don't know if it's just from being still. I mean, no, it's my fucking energy, you know? It's me swirling up my freaking energy and building it up to blast my pineal gland out of this dimension, you know? But yeah, dude, I don't know. I felt like the hot, I'll ask Lisa what kind it was called, but the hot yoga, like, that felt like a cool, like, meditative type, like, resonant tune thing. You know what, dude? These yoga studios should get, like a Tesla vibrating machine and vibrate the fucking floors, dude. Yeah, pineal punch. But yeah, I want to go to that class again. It was really fun. It was cool. And the lady was singing. Like, I love the classes where people like, and this isn't everything, like when people like are able to be themselves. I was telling Lisa when we were leaving, I was like, dude, like the way she runs that class, she just like walks all over and she's just like goofing and like, you know, cracking jokes and saying hi to people and stuff and giving little tips and stuff to people who need it or whatever. But you know, she's just like having a ball, and I could see in her like kind of like what I think what I feel when I do this. So it feels like she like really likes to do that, and she made me really really like it. Cuz I wasn't sure if I would be able to keep up with it, like, you know, with like have the stamina and stuff, but it was fun. And and most of these classes, I'm sure it's like do what you can and do it in the way that you need to, you know, like if your arm hurts or whatever, you can do it halfway. You don't have to like go fully. So I don't know if you guys are liking the gateway tape stuff. I feel like this is kind of a similar vibe. I've also been wondering if like, do you guys, I feel like moving, I feel like especially if I'm sitting, I feel like a rocking motion almost. I feel like I want to do that. I feel like I catch myself wanting to do that. I should probably just try that, right? Do you guys move at all? There's like, when I lay on my back, I just want to be perfectly flat, and that's when I feel like I can go to like Space Town more. And it's always at the end of the tape. I wish at the end of each tape, they just had like, okay, this is the end of the class, but here's 20 minutes of bonus if you want to continue exploring. Because it's so, it does the noise to wake you up, and then, you know, it like counts down and tells you to get out of space. But I want to keep going to space. So maybe I'll make like an edit of that. I'm going to make myself like a 2-hour tape. But, oh, and I skipped the remote viewing one because I wanted to see, because there's yeah, this is a good idea. Okay, there's like exercises that we can do, dudes. So we should buddy up and we should each do this for each other. We're going to, oh, what did I save it under? Oh, gateway. 1 secundo. Okay, so I'm at remote viewing, which is wave 3, like tape 2. Okay. And I got here and I was like, oh, this is a cool exercise. We could do this as a group. We should split up. We should split these up. We should buddy up and try these exercises and see if we can remote view. Because remember, this is how they test it. Remember, one of the things we read was that they would write down on, the guy would write down numbers or whatever and put them on an envelope, and like all the remote viewers were able to guess some of them, not 100%, but so we're going to do our own CIA testing, okay? Or you know what? Well, we could do this either way, but could we could do it where everyone does this and then everyone is trying to guess everyone else's, right? Or should we each do like a different color and then each try and guess, however many of us do it? Let's say 10 people do it. We each have a different color, and then each of us in our next, sessions, we're trying to remote view the red ones. We're trying to remote view the green ones, the remote view the purple ones. And then at the end of the week, we can all put our guesses in and just see if, it'll be the base of it. And then we don't have to buddy up or anything. We can all just guess everyone's that is participating, right? Cat Dad, we should totally have our own tests. That would be so much fun. Yeah, right? You mean as a group, right? No, I said this a couple weeks ago when we started. I was like, oh, we should experiment too. And I got to this and I was like, yeah, let's do this. So I don't even think that you have to be to wave 3, but let's try and we'll write our cards tonight, and then tomorrow in the disco we can check with each other, but let's we'll divvy up colors or something like that, and then we'll each write these down at home and hide them, and then one of them is like hiding a cotton ball. So I don't know how we would. I mean, we could all just be looking for each other's cotton balls, right? Like, that's the test. We're trying to find our friend's energy in the universe and guess where they hid their cotton ball. Okay, so let me read it real quick. Okay, so freedom number 2, remote viewing. Remote viewing guides you through 3 experiments using your EBT to reach distant people and places with your awareness. Listen to the exercise first while sitting up and without headphones to understand the required involvement of someone with whom to verify the results. Distance is not a factor. The person can be around the corner or thousands of miles away. Select a mutually convenient, specific hour-long time period so you can make notes before you contact the other person. For the first experiment, have your associate write 6 numbers on a card, place it inside a white envelope, and lay the envelope on a cleared surface that you are familiar with in his or her home. For the second, have the person place a white cotton ball in another location you are familiar with. Ensure that the envelope and the cotton ball will be standing alone and that you are informed ahead of time where they will be located. Oh, wait. Wait. They want us to tell you where they're located? Oh, so so maybe well, hold on, let me keep reading. Okay, for the first experiment, have your associate write 6 numbers on a card, place it inside a white envelope, and lay the envelope on a cleared surface that you are familiar with in his or her home. For the second, have the person place a white cotton ball in another location that you are familiar with. Ensure that the envelope and cotton ball will be standing alone and that you are informed ahead of time where they will be located. In the third experiment, you send a message to your associate noting where he or she is and what he or she is doing. I don't know if we'll do that, if we can do that one. Well, we can just try and guess what each other was doing that day. Right? I mean, we can change these up a little bit to make them convenient for us. I don't want to create any work or anything for anyone, but I feel like putting a cotton ball, and then I can make like a Google form, and then everyone can submit on the Google form or something, and then we can just look at all the results on stream, right? Dude, what if there really was like a correlation? That would be so cool. So yeah, let's think of like, if anyone has any other ideas for good experiments, I think that if each of us hit a cotton ball in our house, right? Or it's not hide, it's just put a cotton ball somewhere, and then we each are like, Majora's is on the back of his toilet seat. Like, you know, what if one of us is right? That'd be so cool. But I think the guessing the numbers, we'll say what numbers between 1 and, do you go 1 to 99? Or do you do 1 to 50? Does it matter? And then we could think of a third one. I feel like we should do, actually, let's do numbers, and then we should do a picture, like a drawing, you know, like a shape, you know, like a easily identifiable shape, but not like square, like, you know, star or something. Something a little more complicated, but that's a picture instead of a number, you know? In case one of us has astral projection dyslexia, you know? Let's do it. Yeah, let's do... Yeah, let's do like 3 shapes, and then write down 6 numbers, and then hide a cotton ball, right? And yeah, let's start with color. I feel like if we, I'll what should I do? Send a form or a Google form or something? Or how do I divvy up the numbers? Or the colors? I don't know. We'll figure it out tonight. I am blind. Someone make their thing tactile so I can find it. But yeah, as you perform the experiments, notice how your perceptions work. Are you more apt to sense shapes, colors, or textures? What leads you to describe the things you perceive in the way that you do? What is your emotional experience as you are remote viewing? Integrate remote viewing into your daily life. As you continue to practice these techniques, allow your total self to play with them and modify them. Over time, your capabilities will develop and strengthen. Remember, there is no failure in developing psychic abilities. Learning what does not work is as valuable in moving forward as a successful attempt. Hell yeah. Dude, Majora said, I am remote tasting for real. That's awesome. I feel like I've been having weird taste, but then I'm like, oh, stop thinking. But I need to, like, learn to, I think I need to, like, just, because I keep, like, as soon as I catch myself thinking about something, then I catch myself thinking about it, and then I fucking lose it, you know? I keep getting into, like, the body lift, and I keep being like, yes, here it comes. And then I keep taking myself out, and it's ruining me. But I'll get it. I'll get it eventually, I think. I'm staying with it though. Either way, it's nice. It's nice to just take 30 minutes for yourself and try and think. Or not think or whatever, you know?
Period, it would be possible.
But I realized that the only place that I can, like, shut my brain off and just, like, actually be in the zone is softball, man. When I because I'm like the man or captain or whatever, so I do, like, the lineups, and, you know, the lineups actually take kind of a lot, because I like to make it fair so that everyone sits the same. I don't just put the same person in every position, and I want everyone to be able to play whatever, you know? It's like a we're all working to get better league. It's not like a everyone played in college league. Although one of our players, Anne, she was pitching this week, thank God, because our pitcher was sick. He got sick right in the morning before, unfortunately. And I used to pitch in high school. It's just underhand. But for whatever reason now, dude, every time I pitch now, I get the yips, dude. And I'm like, it's like beforehand, I'll, like, throw 6 perfect pitches in a row. But the second it's like the lights are on me, you know, it's like I literally almost hit the pitcher. I'll throw it 15 feet off the plate. Like, it's like I forget how and when to release the ball. I can't explain it, but it's like every time I'm just like, duh. So 5 seconds before the game started, I was like, and she like plays first base normally for us. I was like, Anne, please tell me that you can pitch. And she's like, hell yeah. But she made, like, a diving catch this week. It was so awesome. But I realized, like, during softball is the only place that I can really just, like, shut the brain off. And then I you know, someone always either I put a person on the schedule that shouldn't be, or someone can't come last minute or whatever. And the order for our softball is so dumb. It's boy, boy, girl, boy, girl. There's 4 girls on each team, or 4 girls on the field every time you're in the field, and then the batting order is boy, boy, girl, boy, girl. And then it repeats. Boy, boy, girl, boy, girl. So, you know, it's not like a good repeating pattern at all. So I have this, like, formula, this stupid Google formula that literally, you know, it takes 2 hours to make the stupid lineup every week or whatever. But so it's usually me scrambling just to be like boy, boy, girl, who is the next one, while like the people are trying to go bat and shit. But then at the end of softball every week, I'm like, whoa, holy shit. It's like literally the end of my gateway tape when it's like, okay, you will move from focus 10, you'll float down back to waking consciousness and think of the number 1. That's what it feels like at the end of every week of softball. But I think that the physical movement stuff, I think that helps. I feel like the more, like, I want to keep trying the yoga class and stuff. It was fun. But the more movement and shit, I think that you can, as much as you can do, I think that that's all part of this, like, spiritual vibe, you know? Find fun ways to move around, I guess. Dude, the yoga class was really, honestly fun. Especially if you're like a cool dude, you could crush at a yoga class, you know, if you're looking for honeys. There's like no dudes there.
To view
It's
that
dope.
time period, to, as Ernetti said, detect the images and sounds floating in space. Of course, just because science can theorize its existence doesn't mean the Chronovisor exists or existed. Perhaps gathering time-stamped light particles and arranging them into images is beyond the scope of mainstream modern science. However, it is mainstream science now proclaiming that, if not images, ancient sounds may actually be preserved in the environment, waiting to be unlocked and listened to. In 2006, an unbelievable story began making its way through mainstream media. Apparently, a team of Belgian scientists had, according to reports, been able to use computer scans of the grooves in 6,500-year-old pottery to extract sounds, including talking and laughter, made by the vibrations of the tools used to make the pottery. Could this really be true? And if so...
Wait, Majora, you said do it in regional waves so the hour's the same for each test. I don't even think... Do we even need to do the hour? Like... What if tonight we all just set up, let's each put a cotton ball somewhere, right? And leave it there for like the next 2 days. And then we'll all also put 6 numbers in one envelope and we'll write it with whatever color you're assigned. And then maybe, if you can, draw 3 shapes. Like, try and make them more complicated, I think. Or do like 2 standard solid color shapes, you know? I think maybe fill it in too, like... Yeah, let's do that. Let's each do like... You know, one of the 10 shapes. You'll do 2 of those, I think. And then one more, like, complicated thing, like... a bridge or a dog or something, you know? Because I think let's start simple, right? Because we can keep redoing this. I think this will be successful. And then let's say for Majora, when do you guys do it? I've been doing mine in the afternoon at like 2, 3 o'clock or something. So we could say like, you know, have your numbers in by... Do you guys think we could do it by tomorrow? Why not, right? We can do it in waves. We can do the first group tomorrow or whatever, and... Or should we post in the disco and, like, be like, we're doing it... What's today? Friday? What is today? Sunday. Should we say it's like, we're doing this for Wednesday? Fuck, now I'm complicating it. We could do it for tomorrow. Dude, yeah. No, Christelle, that's fine. I think that's what I have too. If you don't have that, I think say a Q-tip or whatever. Like, I think if you just say what it is... Because I think you're supposed to know, right? Like, because you're looking for a shape. Right? And then I can make like a Google form. And then we can each submit our answers. Because I want to try it for real. Like, I don't want us to fake like we all get the right answer by like, you know, talking about it together. I want to do like an actual experiment. And let's see. So no one is seeing anyone's answer until it's done, right? Maybe a content notification on Discord. Yeah, let's do... And honestly, you know what? We could just do it like... Here. Let's just pick like 6 people tonight. Let's pick. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just pick 6 people tonight. I know that six of you guys will do it right now. I'm sure, right? Or 5. Like, whoever's into it, say me. And then we'll just assign it. Christelle volunteers as tribute. We can just assign it, because we don't need to like see how many people are interested. You know, like we only have so many colors too. Let's just say. Yeah, let's hand out red, green, blue, orange, purple, or whatever. Is that 6? And then I'll make a video. I'll make a couple videos and be like, hey, we're doing a group remote viewing session, because then I can just send the form to anyone. Like, anyone can do it tomorrow if they wanted to, right? And then just be like, you're looking for red, 6 red colors in an envelope that Blair has, 6 colors and 3 pictures in 6 colors in green, and a picture in, you know, that Christelle has. Whoever. We can even just say 5. Let's just start with 5. And then anyone will say, like, tomorrow at 3 p.m. or tomorrow by noon is when they're going to have them in their place. And then after you guys do your gateway tomorrow, here, go to this Google form and submit your answers, and then we'll look at it on stream. Or even say you can do it up till the next day or whatever. Right? That would be cool. Yeah, that was another way I was thinking. I was just trying to think of ways maybe to make it the least complicated, because I don't want to make anyone have to, like, figure out a time to, you know, meet up and talk and blah, you know. But maybe it wouldn't be that hard. But that does seem fun, too, because I feel like kind of knowing the layout, maybe. Because it says in there to put it in a place that the person is familiar with. Yeah, but Blair, actually, yeah, let's do that. Blair, let's do what you're talking about as like phase 2. And then we can better pair up and stuff. But I think we could do 5 people tonight probably, or if, you know, there's only 3, maybe 3 is even better to just not complicate it. And then I'll make videos that are like, hey, you know, we have a envelope with 6 green colors, 6 red colors, and 6 blue colors. Once you do your gateway tape and remote view these things, then you can smash this form. Yeah, let's just do 3. Yeah, we're not trying to like win first place for anything, right? Yeah, for a single night. Yeah, let's do that. That's smart. Let's do okay, so Blair, Christelle, and me. Or wait, because I want to. Or I'll be able to try it with your 2. It doesn't matter. So let's do Blair. Yeah, Blair, Christelle, and Majora. You want to do it? Is that what you're saying? Gucci? Yeah, okay, cool. So, Blair, you're going to be... Do you have a red? Or what color do you want? Put my mouth on some shapes. Blair, red. Christelle, blue. If Majora's volunteering, green. Otherwise, I'll do green. Red's your favorite? Great. Yeah, we'll do red, green, and blue. Easy peas. Christelle's blue. Blair's red. And then okay, so you write down 6 numbers. Are we doing between 1 and blue, 1 and blue, 1 and 50, or 1 and 99? Dude, this is no, this is great. Cause yeah, dude, anyone, cause anyone can try this. Dude, we're gonna be able to find our X-Men team. Green is the only color I can discern. Okay, cool. So Majora's gonna do green. And then maybe I'll do a bonus one or whatever. Yeah, this is gonna be great. Okay. Oh, fuck. I already fucked it up. Blair's red. Green's Majora. And Christelle, blue. Okay, cool. Okay, so you guys are going to it's not hide. You're going to put a cotton ball or a cotton swab or whatever, something that's like that. Or honestly, I think it could be anything if you don't have it, I think you just tell us what you put. Don't tell anyone where you put it, okay? You're going to answer that after all the answers are submitted, okay? Dude, this is going to be fun. Oh, what if this is real? What if we figure out we make like Dr. Cat Dad's school for gifted kids or whatever, and we fucking destroy the CIA. Oh, don't get me excited. Yeah, balled up piece of toilet paper, honestly. And then I'll be like, okay, you're looking for a balled up piece of toilet paper, where it is, a cotton swab, or cotton ball, whatever you guys do. Dude, I know, even if and the thing too, it's like, it doesn't work like 100% of the time at all. It's like a good guess. Like, it's like intuition, I think that I'll make a video saying that tomorrow, like, you guys could put an envelope together with the 6 numbers and 3 shapes tonight, right? And put them in an envelope, and then I can say tomorrow, anyone who does their gateway tape, you can listen to Wave 3, Tape 2, and that is a guide for remote viewing. There's 3 KnitWitches, 1 green, 1 red, 1 blue. They are posting, or they're gonna hide the numbers, hide the 3 shapes, and you are going to guess what those are and where Blair has a cotton ball, or we don't need to say names. We say there's a cotton ball, there's a rolled up piece of toilet paper, and this. You tell me where it is in their house. That it's put out on something. What is it on? Right? Is that how I say it? And then I'll say, I'm going to have the Google form up. I'll have it on my link tree, and anyone can submit and do it. And then we'll look at the results on stream. And then, so you guys will just have to have your answers turned in to me, by the time stream starts. That's doable, right? This is going to be cool. This is all trial and error stuff. Makes practice. Yeah, it takes practice. We won't be like Professor X immediately. No, we'll get there though. But dude, I don't know. I think like getting 2 out of, like, if someone got 1, if someone guessed 1 of these numbers, like let's do 1 to 99 or 0 to 99, right? You're guessing a number between 0 and 99, and then 3 shapes and where a little thing is. Frick yeah. Okay, cool. That's a game plan. Let's finish watching this, and I think we might have an early night tonight, and then I'll make that video, and then yeah, you guys just put the cards in an envelope, or like, you know, if it's not an envelope or whatever, you put it in a folder or something. Dude, this could be cool.
What else then might scientists find hidden in artifacts?
And we'll say, you know, it's 3 KnitWitches, so you're going out and looking for like, I don't need to be it's Blair, Christelle, and Majora, or should I? Should I say that it's you guys? Probably not, right? Like, I'm just saying you're going out and looking for the KnitWitch energy. You're finding the red KnitWitch. So tonight you guys have to be thinking red KnitWitch, okay? Put your beacon out tonight, okay? Put the fucking beacon out so we can find you. That's what I'll say. You got to meditate tonight for 5 minutes and blast your color. We're not going to say where you are or anything, you know. We're just going to astrally find you from you blasting your number. Or your color.
Created over the many thousands of years humans have made pottery. There exists an entire scientific discipline built around the belief that sounds may have been recorded by natural means in ways we do not yet fully understand. It is called paleoacoustics, and indeed, the mysteries of clay pottery form a part of its foundation. Consider a clay pot being spun on a potter's wheel, a pattern etched into it with a stylus that decorates its design. Compare this to the creation of early phonographs, where a needle would etch a pattern into the surface of a tin or wax cylinder. How
Dude, it so doesn't even make any sense at all to me how a fucking phonograph works. It's just scraping over this plastic.
Phonographs worked was that the needle would pick up sound waves and engrave the vibrations on the cylinder. When a needle passed through the grooves a second time, the effect would reverse itself. Sound waves traveling not from the needle to the surface, but from the surface to the needle, playing back the recorded sound. According to the theories of paleoacoustics, a clay pot would work much in the same way, with the pot acting as the recording medium and the stylus as the needle. In theory, sound vibrations moving through the stylus would be etched in the grooves of the pot, just waiting to be played back like a phonograph. This was an idea elucidated in the 1960s by Richard G. Woodbridge and David Jones, 2 of the early modern practitioners of paleoacoustics. As Jones described, a trowel, like any flat plate, must vibrate in response to sound. Thus, drawn over the wet surface by the singing plasterer, it must emboss a gramophone-type recording of his song in the plaster. Once the surface is dry, it may be played back. But in fact, paleoacoustics has been around for much longer than that, since the theory that some sort of immemorial record exists in the environment, just waiting to be unlocked, was first postulated in the 19th century by Charles Babbage, who, incidentally, was also the first,
the one source,
to propose the concept of a programmable computer. As he eloquently illuminated in his seminal presentation on the permanent impression of our words and actions on the globe we inhabit, the pulsations of the air, once set in motion by the human voice, cease not to exist with the sounds to which they gave rise. Strong and audible as they may be in the immediate neighborhood of the speaker, and at the immediate moment of utterance, their quickly attenuated force soon becomes inaudible to human ears. The motions they have impressed on the particles of one portion of our atmosphere are communicated to constantly increasing numbers, but the total quantity of motion measured in the same direction receives no addition. Each atom loses as much as it gives, and regains again from other atoms a portion of those motions in which they in turn give up. The waves of air thus raised perambulate the earth and ocean surface, and in less than 20 hours, every atom of its atmosphere takes up the altered movement due to that infinitesimal portion of the primitive motion which has been conveyed to it through countless channels, and which must continue to influence its path throughout its future existence. There, in their mutable but unerring characters, mixed with the earliest as well as with the latest sighs of mortality, stand forever recorded, vows unredeemed, promises unfulfilled, perpetuating in the united movements of each particle the testimony of man's changeful will. In other words, every sound ever made is out there, just floating in space. Babbage was right about the computer. Was he right about this too? As ahead of his age as Babbage was, it was not until modern times that
Wait, Blair, you saw the Black Mountain? Like the Black Mountain that frickin' Buzz Aldrin saw? That he said was evil? Dude, I don't care. I'm going to the mountain. I'm going to the fucking most dark thing I can find. I'm going to the most scary looking thing, and I'm gonna fight it. I'm gonna be like, this is all in my brain. This is all fake. I'm going to fight this monster. And then I'm going to be trapped like a princess in a tower for eternity.
Mainstream science began attempting to put the theories of paleoacoustics into practice, to try, as it were, to successfully recover ancient sounds. Now, some scientists are examining 3,000-year-old Greek pottery, searching for sound vibrations carved into the glaze by the potter's tools. Others have recreated the song of a 165-million-year-old insect using fossil remains and a computer, in what the Smithsonian called a landmark in paleoacoustics. Elsewhere, there is the work of Patrick Feaster, who has coined the term paleospectrophony to describe his practice of converting visual representations of sound, music, speech, and rhythm into audio. From diagrams of the singing of Russian peasants to sound spectrograms from the National Academy of Sciences and the FBI, Feaster has found a way to play mute images which recorded sound graphically in much the same way as a computer plays an MP3 file. In doing so, he has challenged ideas about what sound recordings are. Simply, every day, science learns more about the hidden history in our environment and how we might hear or view it. As it does, one might wonder if the Vatican had, in its Chronovisor, a more advanced version of what mainstream science is only starting to scratch the surface of. But then, what type of technology is more advanced than mainstream modern science? Of the team of 12 scientists alleged to have been assembled by Pellegrino Ornetti to construct the Vatican's Chronovisor, the names of only 2 have ever been released. But look closer at one of these 2 in particular, the infamous Werner von Braun. Von Braun was a Nazi scientist, one of the stars working on Hitler's Wunderwaffe projects. These Wunderwaffe, or miracle weapons, were said to include attempts at stealth fighters, acoustic cannons, anti-gravity technology, and perhaps even time travel. Some accounts even said scientists like von Braun were working on a way to create
Nazi-dominant future,
a window into the past. At the end of World War II, von Braun fled the losing side to the United States as part of the U.S. government's Project Paperclip, in which many high-level Nazi thinkers were quietly smuggled into the country and put to work for the U.S. government.
Dude, I can't wait till Eyes Wide Open fucking... What the fuck? Can't wait till Eyes Wide Open makes his video about Rocket City, dude. He's gonna do a great job.
There, von Braun became an esteemed NASA scientist, the father of U.S. rocketry, and a key player.
Dude, they literally idolize and worship this guy. It's gross.
In the space race. Is it?
They got his Nazi hair gel thing. Ugh.
Possible that another project he continued to work on while in the United States was a window into the past?
Yes.
If it was, then von Braun would not have been the only employee of the U.S. government working on such a thing. Concealed within the archives on the website of the CIA, there exists an exceedingly strange document. It describes an experiment the CIA conducted in 1984, providing a seemingly unedited transcript which descends into the bizarre. First, according to the transcript, the subject of the experiment is given a sealed envelope and instructed not to open it. Whomever is conducting the experiment then begins to give the subject instructions, directing him to investigate different random coordinates while providing no other information as to what these coordinates mean. As they do, the subject describes the incredible things he sees: an obelisk like the Washington Monument, rounded bottom-carved channels like roadbeds, a series of pyramids. Inside these pyramids, the subject describes coming across what he calls an ancient people. They're dying. It's past their time or age, he exclaims. As the experiment draws to an end, the subject is instructed to open the envelope he was given at the beginning. Inside, written on a 3x5-inch card, is the following: the planet Mars. Time of interest, approximately 1 million years BC. Titled Mars Exploration, May 22, 1984, it appears the document recounts an actual attempt by the CIA to use what is called astral projection in order to visit the planet Mars 1 million years in the past.
Let's go.
What the subject had been describing then were the vestiges of an ancient Martian civilization. We even have a video of the now found remnants of pyramids and obelisks on Mars. just as the subject described in 1984, together with a mysterious face resembling the face of the Great Sphinx. The link to the video will be in the comments below. It may sound bizarre, but for the CIA, it was decidedly not. In fact, the experiment was part of what was known as Project Stargate, an operation in which the CIA tested the possibility of all types of paranormal powers.
No, dude, I think that the Black Mountain thing just is a mirror and it shows you who you are and it doesn't let you lie to yourself. So if we see the Black Mountain, we'll be fine. Buzz Aldrin was scared of it because the Black Mountain showed him that he's a fucking disgusting liar. That he lied about going to the moon. What a lunatic.
Publicly available documents reveal the project's focus on psychoenergetics, defined as the mental processes by which the individual perceives, communicates with, and/or perturbs characteristics of a designed target, person, or event, remote in space and/or time, from that individual. Most specifically, Project Stargate was interested in remote viewing, that is, using the mind alone to see things which aren't immediately present, whether they be in the present time, the past, or even the future. Bizarre as they may be, there is no doubt the CIA was looking hard at these things. The only question is, how far did they get? It all started with a man named Andrew Basciago, a Seattle attorney who came forward in the mid-2000s with the claim that he had been a part of a secret U.S. government operation known as Project Pegasus. According to Basciago, he had been recruited as a child into the project, which was experimenting with highly advanced technologies like teleportation and holographic time travel, sending children like him to different planets and times in history. As for his own
it's literally like the OA, bro.
experiences, Basciago described watching Abraham Lincoln's Gettysburg Address and being in attendance at Ford's Theater the night of his assassination. He had visited, he said, George Washington's battlefield tent during the Revolutionary War, and even gone back to see Jesus. One might note the similarity of these claims to Ernetti's description of his use of the Chronovisor. Were Basciago and Ernetti's accounts similar because they were using the same fundamental technology? Could Project Pegasus merely represent the next generation of the Chronovisor project? From Werner von Braun and his Wunderwaffe, to the Vatican, to the CIA, and beyond? Perhaps we will never know the answers. Or perhaps modern science will tell us soon enough. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video...
Deep in the remote mountainous wilderness of Montana in the United States, we find this remarkable structure known as the Sage Wall. This imposing megalithic wonder is composed of massive polygonal granite stone.
Yo, what the fuck, dude? Where the fuck is this? The Sage Wall? The Sage Wall of Montana. Sage Mountain Center. Oh my god. Whatever. We'll just watch the video.
Blocks, intricately stacked and aligned in a perfectly straight line that extends up to 275 feet in length, which is around 84 meters, although it's believed that it extends additionally underground. Its height reaches up to 25 feet or 8 meters, with the largest of the stone blocks weighing 91 tons. In fact, it is believed that the structure continues an additional 15 feet beneath the ground, making it around 40 feet tall if fully excavated. The wall's unique features, such as its straight lines and angular formations, set it apart from the natural geological formations commonly found in the region. The granite stone blocks appear as if they were cut, stacked, and pieced together like a puzzle, with each block interlocking with the next one. It's known that granite does not split into 90-degree consistent corners and angles, which made many researchers believe this could be some sort of prehistoric megalithic structure. The reason you've likely never come across or heard of the Sage Wall is due to its location on private land, rendering it virtually unknown to the scientific community. The landowners themselves, Christopher Borton and Linda Welsh, were unaware of the wall's presence for many years. Nestled on a mountainside, the wall was concealed by a dense canopy of fallen trees and thick foliage that had covered it for centuries, if not millennia. This natural camouflage made the wall nearly impossible to detect, especially since very few people had ever set foot in the area.
What the hell?
The site of the Sage Wall was first discovered relatively recently. It came to light when the landowners decided to clear a portion of their property that had been heavily forested and covered with dense foliage for centuries. As they began clearing the fallen trees and thick underbrush on the side of the mountain, they stumbled upon the wall-like structure. This accidental discovery revealed the previously hidden and virtually unknown Sage Wall, prompting
Dude, this is huge.
further investigation.
What's the fucking... Oh my god. Bro, I heard there's fucking pyramids in Grand Canyon too.
And interest from both the landowners and the scientific community. The wall's precise interlocking stones bore a striking resemblance to ancient polygonal masonry found in other parts of the world, such as the megalithic walls in Peru, Egypt, Turkey, Greece, Easter Island, Japan, and many other places around the globe. Does this mean that the Sage Wall of Montana is one of the many prehistoric megalithic sites destroyed thousands of years ago by an ancient cataclysm? Of course, most people dismiss the site as a natural formation. But how could this be a mere
Get out of here, dude.
natural formation when it's clearly seen that the wall is perfectly straight-lined? We know that a common feature of the megalithic
Like, dude, you gotta be looking around to figure out what the hell else is there. What are you doing?
stone walls around the world is the mysterious knobs on the surface of the stones. All of the megalithic ancient sites around the world have these knobs, whether you're in Peru, Egypt, India, China, or elsewhere, and no one knows their real purpose. If the Sage Wall of Montana was indeed a man-made creation, would we not see the same knobs on the stone blocks? Interestingly, Michael Collins, the host of the remarkable YouTube channel Wandering Wolf, who documents many ancient sites around the world, visited the Sage Wall and was surprised to discover that, like in those other megalithic sites around the world, the Sage Wall also possessed numerous knobs in different sizes on different parts of the wall.
Let's
so
go.
Walking up right on the trail, another what looks like nub.
Knobbage.
How can these knobs be a natural formation? And what are the odds for the same type of knobs to be found on granite blocks, fitted in the same way as the other ancient megalithic walls on the globe?
Both is real. Both is real.
But the knobs weren't the only strange thing noted by Michael.
Yeah, Team Tincture, this stuff is fascinating.
He found that all across the area, there are large channels and additional walls, all made of tightly fitted and perfectly cut stone blocks, and all aligned in exact straight lines. It was as if this entire place was a prehistoric complex with various structures that have now collapsed and eroded.
Come on.
He also
Start digging, boys. What are you waiting for?
showcased stones that seem to be artificially modified, like this one, for example, which resembles a granite piece from Karnak, Egypt, with a square cut, a channel, and a circle.
Whoa.
Although the Sage Wall piece is extremely eroded and barely visible, it's clearly seen that these cuts and grooves are artificially made.
Yeah.
And above Sage Wall, we can see these straight, smooth form chutes that flow down the side of a mountain. They appear like polished concrete and could have been used as water channels. There were also numerous stones with a variety of round cavities on their surface, known as cup marks. Ancient cup marks, also known as cupules, are among the oldest forms of rock art, dating back to prehistoric times, and can be found in various locations around the world. Their exact purpose is unknown, although the prevailing hypothesis is that they had practical uses, such as grinding or processing food and materials. In our documentary on the Kaimanawa Wall of New Zealand, which is another supposed prehistoric structure built by an unknown civilization, we showed you another interesting discovery of a stone with cup mark. And if you compare the cup marks found in
Bro, what if they're straight up cup holders?
Montana with the marks on this large 125-ton stone block from Sacsayhuaman, Peru, we can find another similarity between these ancient sites. Additionally, there are areas like this that look like someone carved out the rock. Does this seem like a natural formation? Michael Collins discovered numerous more anomalies on the site, which he documented in several videos. We left a link to his video on Sage Wall in the description below, so make sure to watch it and subscribe to his channel. As the popularity and mystery of the site became viral, in parts thanks to Michael, the owners of the land, Christopher Borton and Linda Welsh, organized a team of scientists, geologists, and archaeologists to study the site using ground-penetrating radar, magnetic susceptibility testing, soil sample testing, and future plans for the use of LiDAR. Although the studies are still underway, what was initially revealed was fascinating. First, they noticed that the granite blocks exhibit a remarkable level of magnetism, which is extremely unusual for granite.
Bro, Thoth made magnet rocks and built a bunch of pyramid networks so his frickin' Wi-Fi could drive his frickin' granite blocks. What, he made a mountain fortress?
They showed how magnets can effectively stick to
a Montana fortress?
The vertical walls, demonstrating the high magnetic pull of the site. Additionally, the initial results of the ground-penetrating radar discovered another strange anomaly. It appears that the wall continues 15 feet below the ground, and there, right in front of the wall, there's a perfectly flat foundation, which is highly unlikely to be a natural formation.
Dude, I bet they're at the fucking top of a castle, and there's probably a whole castle underneath it.
The site also caught the attention of Dr. Samir Osmanagic, the Bosnian-American scientist who is known for his discovery of the Bosnian Pyramid, which many consider the largest and oldest pyramid in the world. We have an entire documentary on the Bosnian Pyramid, so make sure to watch it for more details.
We gotta watch that.
Dr. Osman Agic traveled all the way to Montana to conduct research on the Sage Wall and concluded that the site is most likely man-made. What's more, he noticed that the megalithic wall is perfectly oriented to face the winter solstice. This was a very interesting discovery, as we know that many ancient megalithic sites are indeed oriented towards solstices, equinoxes, and other significant astronomical events.
In the summer solstice, it is southwest, winter northwest. And this is the orientation of this wall. Northwest southeast, meaning it is oriented towards the winter solstice.
Dr. Samir Osmanagic also stated that the wall was probably built before the end of the last ice age, which is about 11,700 years ago. After determining...
Dude, that's like right when the cataclysm happened. Oh my god, dude. That's crazy. There were like big ass civilizations and shit 12,000 years ago doing crazy shit like this. That's awesome. Dude, this has got to be like the top of a giant ass castle.
Determining that the weight of the heaviest stone at the site was 91 tons, he concluded that whoever built this structure must have possessed some kind of advanced technology lost in time.
Yeah, no, not lost in time. Taken off of this planet. They had hovercrafts or something. They had big old flying space cranes that would pick up the blocks and helicopters. There's no way these lazy ass aliens were moving these with their hands. We weren't either. They were making robots do it. Dude, there's probably so many of these covered up. Maybe this mud flood shit is real, man. Like the mud, I mean, it all had to go somewhere, right? All the water and the mud, like, and I feel like we're all living in all the parts that weren't, that were underwater before. Like, where'd all the water go?
If we look at a pre-Younger Dryas glacial map of North America, the strategic significance of the Sage Wall becomes evident. It's located exactly on the migration route between Asia and North America, when during the Ice Age the sea levels were so low that they connected the continents by a land bridge. Scientists once theorized that the ancestors of today's Native Americans reached North America by walking across this land bridge and made their way southward by following passages in the ice. And if we look at this map showing the Cordilleran ice sheet and the Laurentide ice sheet that covered North America about 11,000 years ago, we see that the Sage Wall is located right between the two. This crucial position is flanked by 3 major rivers leading to 3 different oceans, making it an unparalleled hub for movement and resources. And it's now known that the area around Sage Wall is very rich in all kinds of different mineral deposits. In fact, the largest quartz crystal in Montana was also discovered here, and currently resides in the Mineral Museum at the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology in Butte. Is the Sage Wall's strategically vital location just a coincidence? Or was it an essential prehistoric site for early human occupation and activity? Even if one were to argue that the Sage Walls were formed naturally through volcanic activity, it is undeniable that their location is exceptionally convenient. If the wall is that ancient, that means that it withstood the cataclysmic events caused by the Younger Dryas impact, including the devastating Missoula floods, which were a series of fierce glacial outburst floods that raced across the landscape at speeds up to 80 miles per hour. Estimates suggest that the floodwaters reached heights of up to 400 feet, about 120 meters, as they surged through certain areas. It's a wonder that the Sage Wall even survived this impact. One theory suggests that the buildup of dirt and sediment along the backs of the wall was caused by the flood dirt that accumulated there. But if Sage Wall really is part of a massive prehistoric megastructure that served a vital role before the end of the last ice age, wouldn't we find more megalithic sites in the area? Well, take a look at this map, which shows the distribution of numerous strange sites and out-of-place artifacts near the Sage Wall. One of the most interesting sites in the vicinity is the Tizer Dolmen.
Dude, this channel rules. This has like straight up great evidence all over. Oh, join. I can't just subscribe. Oh wait, I did subscribe. Never mind. It's Universe Inside You. See you there. This is awesome.
This supposed dolmen is located in a very remote and inaccessible area that doesn't even have cell phone coverage. The site was also extensively covered by Michael Collins from Wandering Wolf, as well as Dr. Samir Osmanagich. A dolmen is a type of single-chamber megalithic tomb, typically consisting of 2 or more vertical stones, called orthostats, supporting a large flat horizontal capstone, or table. These structures are prehistoric and are found in many parts of the world, with a high concentration in Europe, Asia, and Africa.
Sick.
Notable examples include the Punabron Dolmen in Ireland and the Dolmen de Menga in Spain. The Tizer Dolmen consists of large flat stones arranged in a table-like formation, similar to other dolmens found around the world. The structure features a massive horizontal capstone resting on 2 or more vertical stones, creating a small chamber beneath. The design of the Tizer Dolmen closely resembles other ancient dolmens. Dr. Osmanagich noted that when granite stone breaks naturally, it typically fractures horizontally due to sedimentation processes. However, at the Tizer Dolmen, the stones break vertically, which does not occur naturally. This discrepancy suggests that the stones were originally formed in horizontal layers. He believes that by observing the small breaks on the stones, we can determine that the gray granite stones were initially part of a horizontal sedimentation process before they were moved and reoriented 90 degrees to form this vertical structure. Additionally, a massive capstone has been precisely placed on top of these vertical stones. It is highly improbable that natural forces could have rolled this large block from a higher elevation and positioned it so accurately atop the vertical stones. The precise placement and orientation of these stones imply the intervention of intelligent hands, rather than random natural occurrences. Michael Collins, on the other hand, noted that around the site, just like with the Sage Wall, he found numerous holes, strange linear marks on the stones. Together,
dude, our boys are onto it. They're fucking, yeah, they're bloodhounds.
Together with this large scoop mark.
Dude, let's go. Okay, so what did the scoops do? I'm assuming this is all like, it's like a kid's Lego set that got knocked over. They probably blasted the shit out of this thing, just like everything, right? Yeah, dude, we're talking about Montana. We're talking about all these weird ass things all over.
There were
Dude,
also
there's like a straight up giant castle wall in Montana. Dude, that's some Thoth shit.
a variety of knobs on the stones, indicating man-made design. In fact, it seemed that the entire structure was balanced upright by a knob at its base. Without this knob, the structure would likely collapse. If you visit MontanaMegaliths.com, created by researcher Julie Ryder, you can find a large collection of photographs of strange megalithic sites that many believe are not natural. We found numerous pictures of a variety of different domes, together with this picture of a large scoop mark on the granite.
Whoa!
There were also numerous pictures of more supposed megalithic walls like the so-called pipestone walls. Although all of these sites look very
Mentioning Montana is like Dane's bat signal.
symmetrical, they are most likely just natural formations formed by erosion. Nevertheless, they all look very fascinating. But the real question is,
dude, these are so cool.
Is the
I thought that North America got left out of all this shit.
Sage Wall of Montana a
false
natural formation, or a prehistoric megastructure built thousands of years ago? With everything we shared so far supporting the theory that the structure is indeed man-made, we won't be objective without showing you the arguments for the opposing theory that the site is just a natural formation.
Get the fuck
Author,
out of here.
explorer, and filmmaker Timothy Alberino conducted an in-depth field analysis of Sage Wall and made some compelling arguments about why the structure is not man-made, but a geological formation.
Because I have a brain? Get out of here. Man, it's natural. Come on, bro.
He stated that the crevices
Who said that? NASA?
we see on the wall are natural, as they start from the base and go all the way to the top of the wall,
fuck
following
off,
a
Timothy.
natural path.
Take a look at this crevice. You'll see that there's
He's like, the quote, they are 100% without a doubt natural, says geologist and scientist extraordinaire Paul Wysopal.
natural fissuring in the rock.
And this look at the crevice inspector.
fissuring starts from here and it goes all the way up to the top of the wall. So we can clearly see that the fissuring is following a natural path.
His argument dismisses the man-made theory, because if the wall was man-made, then the creators of the wall wouldn't align the blocks along a straight path. Instead, they would offset and stagger the blocks to interlock them, which provides the wall with structural integrity. Of course, there's the possibility that the fissuring occurred after the blocks were placed, meaning that it's possible for the wall to have originally consisted of large...
Dude, I think it's funny that you say goose pimples instead of goosebumps, because the only other person I know who's called them that is also from Wisconsin. He also told me up there it's not duck duck goose, it's duck duck gray duck. Dude, my school didn't call it that because I was like right between Milwaukee and Chicago, but every fucking school above Milwaukee in Wisconsin calls it duck duck gray duck. They're so dumb. You guys are so lucky that I got rid of... I did this when I was in Wisconsin. I was like, I fucking hate... I found out that all of our weird colloquial things, and I abandoned them immediately, like bubbler, pop. Everyone in my family says pop. I'm not saying pop. It's a soda. It's a water fountain, you freakazoids.
intact blocks, and the fissuring...
Dude, I remember when I found out in middle school or high school from one of my best friends, Luke, he said I remember it was like, pretty sure it was Luke. He was like, you guys remember playing Duck Duck Gray Duck? I said, what? Dude, you're so stupid. You're one of the dumbest guys I know. He's swearing up and down, no, it's called Duck Duck Gray Duck. I was like, get out of here. Stop lying to me, you fool. I'm not falling for this. You see how you see how OOB didn't get me? It's because all my friends were like, oh yeah, duck, duck, gray duck. I didn't know what was reality at any point in my life. Until now. OOB. My friends trained me to catch on to your stupid bullshit.
Developed later as the wall began to
Duck,
erode.
duck, gray duck.
Additionally, unlike other megalithic sites around the world, there is a notable absence of cultural artifacts, such as tools, pottery, or other signs of human activity in the vicinity of the
Dude, we made fun of Luke for saying duck, duck, gray duck.
Sage Wall. This lack of evidence for human intervention supports.
I don't even care if it's true. Don't say that out loud. You know what the repercussions are going to be. Everyone's going to call you stupid, Luke.
Supports the argument that the wall is a natural formation rather than an ancient man-made structure. Geologists studying the Sage Wall propose that it was formed through natural volcanic and tectonic activities. The intense geological forces in the region could have caused the rock to crack and split,
and form
creating
it into
the appearance of a constructed wall. Over time, these natural processes would have continued to shape and define the wall's current structure. The natural origins theory was further supported by an
Dude, is this some Mormon science shit? What is going on here?
in-depth
This is some John and Hank Green school of science.
analysis of the site by
Teutonic.
geologist Dr. Stuart Parker, who was featured in a video by the Incredible History Channel. There, Dr.
Incredible Mormon history.
Parker explained how the knobs we see on the rock are also formed naturally. This process occurs when softer
Yeah, megalithic structures are anti-Christian and must be dismissed.
parts of the rock erode faster than harder sections, leaving behind the more resistant material as protruding knobs. In conclusion, we can't confirm that the Sage Wall in Montana is a man-made construction.
Brother,
But
I fucking can.
at the same time, we can't deny it with full certainty also. Whatever the case, what's undeniable is that this gigantic site in the middle of nowhere
Dude,
is a
cool.
remarkable place to visit. And if you want to visit it for yourself, you can reach out to sagemountain.org and book your visit to the site. We'll leave a link in the
Yeah,
description
these
below.
ones are so cool, dude. These Inca ones. Dude, that's so huge and cool. That's crazy. Dude, I would love to see I love that they didn't build like all these fun shapes, dude. Like they didn't make them perfect. They made them all weird. I bet to like interlock. They're like, yeah, look, this thing like hooks on. Dude, the precision of that is so awesome. Look at how tight that is. It doesn't even look like it's straight. It's like precision CNC'd to be like kind of jagged. Look, it like dips down here. That's so cool. What the frick? Get out of here, bro. This makes me really want to go see all. Dude, this is so cool. This guy goes to all these places? That's awesome. Look, those are cut marks, right? Or it's probably to let water run out, right?
Ollantaytambo is a gigantic complex located in
This was the Pyramid Training Center? Is that what you think? Is that what the dude, cool.
the sacred
this
valley
is
of
nuts.
the Incas
That's so cool.
northwest of the city of Cusco, and possesses one of the most precise megalithic polygonal masonry in the world. One of the most famous structures in Ollantaytambo is the Temple of the Sun. There, we can find remarkable stonework, which includes large slabs of pink granite, intricately carved and precisely aligned. The stone blocks weigh between 50 and 70 tons, and they are fitted together with such precision that not even a sheet of paper can slide between them. This precision, along with the scale and the transportation of these stone blocks, indicates a highly advanced level of technological and engineering sophistication
Alien
that was not yet
level.
available to the Incas. One of the stones has a remarkably precise pattern that resembles a step pyramid. This is actually a Chacana cross, an ancient Andean symbol that can be seen on various megalithic sites all across South America. The oldest Chacana representation was found in Bolivia at the archaeological site.
Hey, leave my little... She's like... What's a funny German cat pun? I can't think of one. She's just saying, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Come on, say it. Say 9. Come on. Say 9. Come on, Kittler. Come on, Kittler. Dude, she looks so much like Kittler right now. Oh, she's even got the hair swoop. Shit.
Of Tiwanaku.
Dude, you're toast.
And if you look closer at the surface of the other blocks of the Temple of the Sun, you can notice that although they are exceptionally smooth, there are these scoop marks on their surface. This led many to believe
9 lives
that the creators of these structures had some kind of lost technology that allowed them to soften the hard pink granite and manipulate it with ease. We can see the same thing in various other places in the world, including Stonehenge and the Aswan Quarry in Egypt.
Dude, and the way she acts all the time to me, she is Hitler. She's always screaming for food constantly. Dude, she is a Lorenz. Oh, this makes the most sense. Lollipop Lorenz. Confirmed. Lolly. Are you related to Hitler? She said no comment. That in itself is a comment. Spy confirmed. Was your dad on the 1942 submarine saboteurs U-boat? Kittler? Oh, you want your dinner? Okay, say bye, Kittler. Dude, she looks just like Hitler.
In a drawing of the 6 monoliths made in 1843 by the German painter Johann Moritz Rugendus, we can see that there used to be more stones on the top of the structures, which are now missing. And who knows what the complete structure looked like tens of thousands of years ago when it was initially created.
Yeah.
Between the 6 massive monoliths, there are smaller stones intricately fitted
That's
together.
So cool.
These stones vary in size and shape, but are precisely cut to interlock tightly with the monoliths, creating a seamless wall that is indestructible, even by the numerous earthquakes that are common in this area.
That's so cool.
We can also see various knobs on the stones, a feature which is also observed all across the world from China and Japan to Egypt.
Giza has them too. Dude, come on. All these jackasses trying to pretend like these things aren't all connected. Oh my God. Look at all these knobbies. That's enough right there.
Almost as if all of these sites were built by the same builders. And just as we observe the precise fittings with no gaps, if we go behind the structure, we can see inferior stonework, which looks almost primitive compared to the main wall. Many researchers believe that the inferior stonework is the actual work of the Inca civilization, which found this prehistoric site and built upon it. If we observe the entire structure from above, we can clearly see that in the distant past, this was some sort of gigantic building that served an important purpose. The Inca people tried to repair as much as they could from the old construction, but their methods were simply not as advanced. This is why we can see many gigantic stone blocks scattered around the site, as if the complex was demolished by some cataclysmic event that destroyed
And dude, it, like, at the Pyramid of Giza, or the Bent Pyramid, that thing looks like it's straight up attacked, and most of these kind of do. They all look like they're freaking blasted from the center, like...
dispersed most of the structures.
Oh my God, too. Last night, it kind of clicked. The Titanic was probably a bomb, right? that feels like a bomb. Especially too with how hard, like, I've always been like, why do we always have to hear about the fucking Titanic? Is it because there was a fucking bomb put on it? I bet there was. That makes way more sense than a stupid iceberg. Is it everything, dude?
Some of the blocks are even half buried. The Inca never managed to move these blocks, which had been left there for thousands of years. Some of these multi-ton granite blocks have gigantic knobs, and between them, we can see more Inca repair work. Many of the blocks are perfectly rectangular, with straight 90-degree edges and smooth surfaces. Another key site of the complex is the Gateway of the Gods. This section also predates the Inca by thousands of years. Once again, we see massive, perfect...
Dude, I would do anything to see this place before it got smashed apart.
Smooth granite blocks with knobs on them. The stones used are expertly...
But look at how short the doorways are. I thought these were giant people.
...cut and fit together. On the top side of the gateway, we can see the inferior Inca repairs made of small, rough stones and clay mortar, which have nothing in common with the precision of the old megaliths. The gateway continues into a wall on one side.
I mean, I don't know. It's kind of cool to just use what, you know. It's like, what's that, Kintsugi, or no. What's it called when the, like, Japanese art of fixing stuff, Kintsugi? Fixing stuff with gold, like, you know, if a jar breaks, you don't throw it away, you just fix it and put gold in between it. I think Kintsugi is what it's called. But it's like, nothing is ever finished. I like that.
Which is truly astonishing and fits together like a puzzle. There are numerous perfectly parallel cavities on the wall, all with the exact same size.
Oh yeah, some of the structures sunk into the ground. Yeah, that makes sense.
Dimension. At some parts of the polygonal wall where there are blocks missing, we once again see crude Inca repairs. The precision with which these blocks are cut and assembled suggests the use of...
That's so cool. That's like so... Dude, you couldn't make blocks this big now, really. Cut that precise and shit. Dude, how did they do it? I want to see this alien species. I want to see the Chronovisor go all the way back to this.
Sophisticated technology and methods that were not available to the Inca even at its peak. Does this mean that the ancients had advanced knowledge, potentially even some sort of machinery?
Aliens, bro.
Many researchers speculate that the prehistoric megalithic builders possessed the capability to heat and melt stone, allowing them to mold it into the...
I'm assuming that the knobs were more like flat. I'm assuming that they were like, you know, flat pickup spots and not the rounded over things that they are now, right? That the rounded over is just probably from water erosion. Like these are like cloud embossed, I think. Most likely, right? That's where the water would run. So those are the parts that are the most eroded. So it's like the Grand Canyon, you know? They were probably all like pretty flat. And I'm assuming that the knobbies were too. So that like, because I think what it was, it's like you know, like those things that drive over top of the shipping containers. And then it drops down and latches on and hoists them up and then puts them on the ship. Like, dude, I think these are all moved by like crane elevator things that fly around and they go helicopters. Helicopter. And the knobbies are to pick them up,
resulting in the perfect fitting of the blocks. Just take a look at this fitting and the precision it showcases. In the distant past, there was most likely a second wall on the other side, as evidenced by the foundational pieces and the three-dimensional interlocking of the stones. We can see dozens of scattered stone blocks on the ground with many more buried. On some of the blocks, there are unusual keystone cuts visible, likely designed to secure the blocks together using a type of clasp. This is another ancient megalithic feature that can be seen all across the world.
Dude!
If you look closer at the cut, you can see
Dude, this has so, like, I figured that all these were so connected. I didn't realize that they were this freaking connected. This is awesome, dude. Oh my god.
Clear core drill hole marks. What kind of drilling technology could leave such marks on pink granite?
Huh.
On another stone, we see an incredibly precise saw cut going through it. It appears that something sliced the stone, making a perfectly flat surface and then stopping. The thickness seems very narrow. To cut granite in such a precise way, you would need a material harder than granite such as diamond. And even then, such narrow cut seems impossible. The Inca had only bronze chisels and stone hammers, so who managed to create this precise laser-like cut on this stone?
Laser.
Observing from above, we can see this half-buried giant granite which has numerous machine marks on it. Although the stone is highly eroded, the clean marks left on it can be seen with ease. It's unknown what kind of tool or machine left these traces on the granite or what their purpose is. On the top of the rock, there are additional carvings that look perfectly rectangular and square, with precise 90-degree angles. Considering such a large part of this rock is underground, just imagine how many more clues could be buried.
Why the fuck are we not digging these shits out, bro? That's okay, Majora. I'm probably gonna wrap it up here in a minute anyway.
Buried beneath the earth. At the entrance of Ollantaytambo, numerous stone blocks are displayed. All of them are clearly artificially modified, showcasing precise cuts and shapings, while others look like they were somehow melted and deformed. Look at the precise angles of this giant granite block.
Dude, that one looks like it was blasted with fire, like how the bent pyramid does.
Who knows where was its original location and to what kind of construction it once fitted? And look at this rectangular block, which has numerous scoop marks on it, almost like it was softened somehow and reshaped.
Dude,
what kind of technology can modify stone like that? Take a look at this incredible trapezoidal fountain and the precise carvings it showcases. The carvings are on 3 levels, and each level has perfect 90-degree angles and smooth surfaces. These cuts look very similar to those we've seen in sites like Pumapunku in Bolivia. On the bottom 2 sides of the fountain, there are the remains of 2 knobs which are now broken. Many noted that the surface of the granite used for the creation of the fountains exhibits piezoelectric properties, and by swiftly running your finger along the edge, you can influence the flow of the water. There are many demonstrations from visitors who managed to even completely stop the flow of the water using just this method. One of the best examples of advanced ancient technology can be seen on the rock walls of Ollantaytambo. If we examine the existing andesite rock on the site, we can see that it was cut and altered in numerous places. Here we see that large parts of the rock have been extracted, leaving a remarkably smooth surface and, strangely, large knobs like those found on the granite stones.
Big old knobs.
The material was removed with such precision that we hardly find scratches. Considering the rock is made of andesite, an extremely strong and hard material, the work we see is incredible. Additional knobs can be seen in higher sections of the rock, also accompanied by smooth and precise cuts. Next to these knobs are also cavities carved into the wall. And take a look at these.
I get now why they hide all this stuff from us, because it's amazing. It's really fucking cool, man. Now I know why every single picture that I type in, like, Inca, and I get, like, these blurry-ass photos, aerial photos of shit. This is so cool.
Strange marks left on the stone, which some believe were traces of some sort of giant escalator.
What up, Cubit?
At the western edge of Ollantaytambo, we find that the ancient builders fit stones into the bedrock itself with astonishing accuracy and created recesses of unknown function. In this particular location, we can see that the ancients left this strange yet extremely precise crisscross pattern. These patterns, according to many, seem as if they were left behind by some sort of machinery after the slabs were removed. The grid is perfectly symmetrical and the channels are uniform, measuring mere millimeters. And here we see another interesting pattern. What kind of technology could have left behind such patterns thousands of years ago? Some have even ventured out and said that these fascinating crisscross patterns are, in fact, marks that could have been created by some sort of laser-like apparatus or saw machine, pointing to the possibility that the prehistoric builders had in their possession long-lost technology that allowed them to quarry with ease massive andesite and granite blocks. If we examine the so-called Wall of the Living Rock, we can see huge rectangular sections of the stone removed from the mountain with such accuracy that we can't find any scratch on the surface. What's even stranger is that the corners are not sharp as you would expect if you chip the rock, but are actually smooth, which makes it even harder to explain how this was done. The smoothness of the andesite makes many to believe that some sort of vitrification process was used. According to the official narrative, the mountains were used as quarries, but several intriguing questions arise from this. Firstly, the cut marks are perfectly square, which is surprising. One might expect the stone to be knocked out of the rock face first and then squared as modern stone cutters would do, which is not the case here.
They just cut it out.
And on many parts of the rock, we see knobs, which suggests this was something more than a quarry. Secondly, the surfaces of the cuts are glassy smooth, not rough as one would anticipate from sawn or chiseled surfaces.
Is this a quarry or is this its own building?
Another question concerns the height at which these stones were cut. Why were the rocks cut from places that are sometimes 130 feet above the valley floor?
Because it's a freaking helicopter drone that's cutting it and it doesn't give a shit.
How were they brought down? Although there are some stairways cut into the rock face that allow people to walk up to the quarry site, there are no signs of ramps or skid tracks that could have been used to transport the megaliths. If the stones had simply been dropped to the valley floor, they would have shattered. Lastly, how were these stones transported from one side of the valley to the other? The quarry site is miles away from locations like the Sun Temple. There is no evidence of any roads in the valley that could have been used to transport such massive loads. Additionally, on many parts of the rock, we see smooth channels which probably had running water in ancient times. With everything we have shown you so far, do you really believe all of these traces of advanced technology, the precise megastructures, and everything else on the site are the work of a primitive civilization that used stone hammers and bronze chisels? Or is it possible that Ollantaytambo, along with other ancient sites around the world, holds evidence of a far more advanced civilization that existed long before the Incas? The precise megalithic structures, advanced stone-cutting techniques, and the mysterious transportation of massive blocks suggest knowledge and technology far beyond what the Inca civilization is known to have possessed. The presence of smooth, glassy surfaces and perfect cuts in hard stone materials like granite, which are incredibly difficult to work with even using modern tools, raises significant questions about the methods used by the ancient builders. Moreover, the geographic challenges of transporting these enormous stones from quarries high in the mountains, across rivers, and up to the construction sites without visible signs of roads or ramps further complicate our understanding. How could a civilization lacking advanced machinery achieve such feats? The various repairs and modifications made by the Incas, which appear primitive in comparison to the original constructions, indicate that they inherited and repurposed these sites rather than creating them from scratch. Despite that, the official historical narrative of Ollantaytambo attributes its construction primarily to the Inca civilization, specifically during the reign of Emperor Pachacuti in the 15th century AD. The site is thought to have served as a fortress, protecting the sacred valley from invaders, and as an agricultural hub, utilizing its terraced fields to produce food for the Inca Empire. When we call the works of the Inca civilization primitive, what we mean is that they are primitive compared to the advanced megalithic builders of old. We must remember that, for their time, the Inca were incredibly sophisticated. The Inca civilization, which thrived from the early 15th century until the Spanish conquest in the 16th century, demonstrated remarkable achievements in architecture, agriculture, and engineering. One of the most impressive aspects of Inca ingenuity is the
These things, they're in Peru, right? I think so. The
agricultural
Inca
terraces they built on Ollantaytambo. These terraces, known as andeng, were constructed by creating flat platforms into the steep Andean mountainsides,
so cool,
creating arable land where none previously existed. The terraces were built with retaining walls made of carefully fitted small, rough stones and clay mortar, which provided stability and prevented landslides. Each terrace had a complex irrigation system that included channels and aqueducts to direct water from mountain streams to the crops. The Inca ingeniously designed these systems to ensure that water flowed evenly across all the terraces, preventing water
and it still does it like this?
Logging and drought conditions. This careful water management was essential in the high-altitude environment where the climate could be harsh and unpredictable. The terraces look so massive that some people even call them staircases for giants, which, of course, is not true. The Inca built numerous storehouses, or colques, on the hillsides around Ollantaytambo.
Dude, why the fuck don't they grow anything in there? Come on!
These structures were used to store surplus food, such as maize, potatoes, and quinoa, which were crucial for sustaining the population during times of shortage. On the opposite side of the town, the Inca constructed several structures on Temple Hill, also known as Pinca Luna. These include additional storehouses and possibly ceremonial buildings. The location offered strategic views of the valley and the main ceremonial center, reinforcing the site's importance. In summary, the Inca contributions to Ollantaytambo proves that they had an incredible architectural prowess, advanced agricultural techniques, and sophisticated urban planning. Still, comparing the Inca work with the megalithic prehistoric work reveals a stark contrast in technological capabilities and construction techniques.
Dude, this video is hilarious.
To this day, it is unknown who these old builders were and what the purpose of their megalithic constructions was. It's unknown how old they are, but many believe they are at least 12,000 years old, if not older. This means that the site was most likely built by an advanced civilization that disappeared after the cataclysms caused by the Younger Dryas event. Whether the truth lies buried beneath the earth or hidden in the intricate stonework, Ollantaytambo remains one of the most remarkable ancient sites on our planet.
Dude, that was sick.
Thank you for watching. If you want to dive deeper into the prehistoric advanced technological capabilities of our ancestors, you can watch our documentary on pre-Egyptian technology, where we explore numerous advanced...
Before we say goodbye, before we say guten morrow, handbags of the gods hold shocking secrets. Yeah, dude, that's the... All of these places have these fucking gods with handbags. They pull shit out of them. Yo, mega structures in Japan. Dude, they're everywhere. Afghanistan. The Nephilim. Dude, okay, this guy's awesome. He actually gets to go there. See what this lion-ass bitch has to say before we go say goodnight.
I'm a lover.
Y es que esta alemana se enamoró perdidamente de Fidel cuando apenas tenía 18.
He said, "Did you come to kill me?" And I said, "Yes, they want you dead." And he just closed his eyes and puffed his cigar. He said, "Nobody can kill me. I am Cuba."
Así narró Marita Lorenz la
That story's a little different than the way you told it for Geraldo.
espía que amó a Fidel el encargo especial.
That's also a little different than what you say in your book. You said that he said, "I am Cuba" when you met him off of the boat, you lion ass. The bullet ricocheted off that hair helmet and nailed JFK.
Que le hacía le encomendó matar al comandante.
I said, "What? I can't do that. I'm not a killer."
Dude, I can fucking hear her lying ass. Dude, it's like how Taylor talks. She said, "What? I couldn't do that. I'm not a killer. I'm not a family of killers. Heydlers. Nancys."
I'm a lover.
Y es que esta
And Blair, we'll watch the Himmler video tomorrow, okay?
alemana se enamoró perdidamente de Fidel cuando apenas tenía 18.
Taylor, we're looking at your grandmother. Do you see your grandmother here? I mean, she was kind of a babe.
Años. Su papá capitaneaba el crucero Berlín que llegó a Cuba el 27 de febrero de 1959.
And he was the tallest one, the handsomest one. Oh, God, yes, the eyes.
6 horas después de haberse conocido, Fidel le escribió un te quiero en una servilleta y le robó.
She Lorenz and Shekel Grubered a couple Grubers back there, yep. Dude, I can't believe that we have been picking fights with Hitler's children.
Su primer beso.
I was
Fuck him.
in love with him. I was absolutely smitten, teenage love, whatever you call it.
Del idilio, Marita quedó embarazada.
But I told Fidel, and he said, "Oh, that's wonderful, a Cuban-German baby."
Sin embargo, a los 8 meses sufrió un repentino desmayo. Nunca supo qué pasó con su bebé.
And I heard the word Fidel and no se puede, you know, and I just was too limp to fight. And then the pain. I didn't see the baby. I heard the newborn. Very quiet. And then that's all.
A su regreso a Nueva York, agentes de la CIA le aseguraron que Fidel había matado al pequeño. Fue ahí cuando le
Dude, Marita, I'm calling it. Probably shit mother.
pidieron envenenar al comandante.
Or even make him sleepy with these pills. It was cyanide, some sort of poison. So I put him in the bidet. I'm not going to kill him, but I told him.
La amante espía se infiltró en la mafia italiana. Fue la mujer de un dictador venezolano con quien tuvo a su hija Mónica. Pero en 1981 volvió a Cuba. Inesperadamente supo que su hijo vivía. Se llamaba Andrés, tenía 28 años y era médico.
Elderly couple who raised Fidel as a child. The baby was a secret.
A sus 76 años, Marita vive en Baltimore y de algo está convencida. Fidel, médico.
Elderly couple.
Mónica. Pero en 1981 volvió a Cuba. Inesperadamente
That's her daughter with the other
supo
dictator.
que su hijo vivía. Se llamaba Andrés, tenía
Yo, is this his baby? Or is this Trudeau's kid?
28 años y era médico.
Elderly couple who raised Fidel as a child. The baby was a secret.
A sus 76 años, Marita
Oh, dude, I would much rather be raised by an elderly Cuban couple, bunch of revolutionaries, than some fucking filthy ass Marita Lorenz dirt CIA agent ass.
vive en Baltimore
Rata.
y de algo está convencida. Fidel será su amor eterno.
I've had husbands and lovers and everything. Fidel was it. It's still in my mind.
Yeah. Dude. That's awesome. She says, I've never stopped thinking about Fidel.
In quick order, the U.S., in strong official language,
The CIA now planned to assassinate Castro. The mafia, whose profits from Cuban tourism had been destroyed by the revolution, were approached by CIA agents and asked to help.
They were perfectly willing. And at one point, we furnished poison capsules.
Poison
to
capsules.
members.
Walt Elder, your goofy ass is going on the fucking Miro.
Not necessarily of the mafia, but of people who were associated with.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's you guys, because you are mobsters. You're gangsters. You're business extremist gangsters. You associate with gangsters. You are fucking gangsters. You're worse than gangsters, because you lie about being gangsters. At least the gangsters are up front.
The mafia. And then the idea was to
What up,
figure out
Gug?
how to get them from this country.
Dude, Lorenz and Trudeau are no, they're half siblings. But, or yeah, no, yeah, you're right. They're cousins, yeah. Taylor Lorenz and Justin Trudeau are cousins. Yeah. God damn it. Justin Trudeau works for the white supremacist lobby, the Rothschild lobby, just like all these world leaders do. They're awful, man.
To Cuba. And then the major obstacle, once in Cuba, how to introduce them to Castro.
But then the CIA discovered someone who already had access to Castro, his former secretary.
I lived in Havana Hilton in one of his 6 suites, room 2408. And I just became his girlfriend, lover, during his first turbulent year. And I just became a fixture.
Yeah, see, she was sent there to be his girlfriend and to, like, hang out, to be around and handle him.
When their relationship broke up, Marita Lorenz returned to the United States and was contacted by the CIA.
They wanted me to go back to kill him. And then they gave me intensive training and capsules to poison him because they said I was the only one that could do it. I was the closest.
We were in touch with anybody and everybody, particularly if we thought they could have access to Castro. Why did she have the
Stupid dummies, you're so bad at your job.
access in the first place? She had been Castro's loved one. This had been dropped, and presumably she was so attractive that she could resume this relationship.
I went in as a tourist, typical, with a camera, went to the Hotel Colina, changed clothes, had my honorary uniform with me, and just went right into the Hilton and said hello to the people at the desk.
I hadn't seen that Marita. Is this a Marita shot? With the gun?
And went upstairs and unlocked the door and waited. He walked in and said, "Where were you?" I said, "Well, I was homesick. I wanted to go back to New York and see my family," which was a lie. I'd really been in the clutches of the CIA.
Yeah, because all you do is lie, Marita. Just like your granddaughter, Taylor.
Being trained the whole time. He was lying there, fully clothed, with a cigar in his mouth, his eyes closed. And he said, "Did you come to kill me?" And I was stunned. I said, "Yes." And then he said, without blinking, with his eyes closed, he said, "Nobody can kill me." And then he reached over where he put his gun belt over the lamp, and he pulled out his .45 and he handed it to me, and he said, "Do it." And I was dumbfounded. I just looked at the gun, and it was rusty, and I said, "No, Fidel, I'm not gonna do it this way, or any way. I couldn't take a life."
What about JFK's? You could assist a bunch of hooligans in taking his life, you freakazoid. Whoa, oh man, I missed that. That was like a busted ass Marita.
The last stop on this cruise, West Indian cruise, was Havana. And on this cruise, I met the Prime Minister of Cuba, Dr. Fidel Castro Ruz.
She was 19 years old and a real beauty. Fidel, naturally, with a 19-year-old
Ooh, that's a good one.
girl, hey, he'd crawl over a snake to get to a 19-year-old girl.
At 19, she was old enough to have an affair with Fidel and young enough to be brainwashed by the CIA.
I mean, hey, Frank, it was your guys' fucking plan to bring her there, and her dad sold her off, so could play the hooer game all you want, but you're the one who talked her into it.
I was asked to try to recruit her because she would be a very good asset, intelligence-wise, and I nurtured her along.
Dude, do you see how all of these CIA guys are literally just mobsters? This is a mobster. This is a fucking Tony Soprano mobster.
And I finally did.
Dude, I'm saying, I'm looking. I feel like, yeah, probably the Lewinskys.
Where I got her in a position to poison.
Yeah, we're just watching these last couple Marita Lorenz clips that I pulled up, and then I'm going to wrap up the show.
Castro.
They kept threatening me since they trained me that I would...
But we did AnnuNazi land, and we did, dude, those megalithic structures, we're going to keep looking into that shit, because that solidifies, like, dude, aliens made us, for sure. We're genetically modified by aliens, and now the people who are leading us are all psychos who believe in this weirdo AnnuNazi, like, we get to be the slave master bullshit. Like, dude, that is not what you do after being oppressed. You don't become the oppressor, you goofus.
Wasn't good for anything else. That I had to do it for national security reasons, that otherwise there would be a war.
She failed in that. And then there was 2 other attempts.
I saw him playing his music and lying on the bed, smoking a cigar. He said, "Did you come to kill me?"
Is this the 3rd time we're hearing it? 3rd different way? Let's see.
And I said, "Yes." And he said, "You can't kill me. Nobody can kill me."
Though the CIA had been unable to liquidate Castro, they pushed ahead with plans for an all-out invasion.
He says, "I have a moral vest." Dude, what a fucking pimp.
The Bay of Pigs was the disastrous result.
Jack Kennedy did inherit the Bay of Pigs scenario. He had made certain pledges during the campaign. He had chided Nixon for not being tough enough on Castro, and he was determined to show that he was a tough guy that wasn't going to tolerate this dictator 90 miles offshore.
Yeah, but going and starting a fucking war with them? Instigating a war, you psycho? You fucking loons, dude. They were badgering Castro into, like, shooting a bullet into one of their warships so they could invade all of Cuba with the Marines. That's what they were trying to instigate. And John Kennedy said no to the Marines going in. He said, if you want to do it, you can train Cubans who want Cuba to be that way. You know? So they trained like 60 people and they all got killed because they're dumb as fuck.
Promises had been made by the administration.
This rat fuck is another one of the 3 tramps. Someone asked me earlier about the 3 tramps, or about what's his name? Matthew McConaughey and Woody Harrelson's dad. Because Woody Harrelson's dad, straight up, dude, is one of the tramps. No, this, they say right here, they say Carswell, but it's Woody Harrelson father. 3 tramps. Where is it? Doesn't matter. One of his, yeah, fucking one of the tramps is E. Howard Hunt, and one of the tramps is Woody Harrelson's dad.
By the Kennedy administration and by the preceding Eisenhower administration.
Like, that's without a doubt. Look at this ugly frickin' man. And this rat. Look, you can see it right here. Just this sour puss face. That's him. I could see it at this distance. This is Woody Harrelson's dad. And dude, in this picture, this looks like H-dubs to me. But no, he's probably too young here. But it doesn't matter. There's 3 options for each of them that are all very fitting. And when they showed, dude, when they showed the photos to Woody Harrelson's dad, and they were like, yo, check these out. who do you think this is? He was like, that's not me. That's definitely, I'm not one of the tramps. Come on. And so they were the guys that were up on the grassy knoll that got freaking busted.
Invasion would proceed under...
And then just like the 5 dancing Israelis, nothing, dude, they didn't do anything. They were let go. It was all a mistake.
Certain circumstance. And when that vow was broken, I only interpreted it on the part of Mr. Kennedy as a failure of nerve.
He was scared because Khrushchev says, don't do this or we're going to do that. You know, so he didn't do it, and he deserted the Bay of Pigs. I was involved in the Bay of Pigs. A lot of people, friends of mine, that were killed in the Bay of Pigs. And I resent...
No, you got them killed, you dummy.
That. Don't play political games with me. I'm a military man. I'm a soldier.
Do you see now how they literally have let all of the people involved in killing Kennedy speak on Kennedy for the last 60 fucking years, dude. It pisses me off so much. These two were... This is one of the guys that Marita Lorenz drove to fucking Dallas with. And he's on here running his fucking mouth about Kennedy, dude. He's one of the idiots who trained the Bay of Pigs people who all got killed. Because they tried to overtake Cuba with 30 people. Hey, you want to know why the CIA, or why those Mormon kids in the DRC thought that they could take over an embassy or presidential palace with 30 fucking people? Do you want to know why? Hey, wait. Do you want to know why, like, in Haiti, right? There was, like, 2 Americans and, like, 30 Haitians who were all hired to kill the president of Haiti and take over the palace. Who would do this? Do we see it? Bozo Mormons. They failed. Because Joseph Smith, God, is not on their side.
I go fight, but damn it, if I risk my ass out there and I'm getting shot at, I don't want some stupid-ass politician to go ahead...
It's crazy, man. What a psycho world we live in.
Make deals behind my...
Yeah, Cuba has like a 99% literacy rate. It has more doctors than any country or something, like per capita or whatever. So many. They have, dude, Cuba's cool as fuck. We do nothing but harm them. Like, to this day, we don't let people trade with them. It's crazy.
My back.
Yeah, they have a fucking cancer or a lung cancer cure.
My people, or maybe my...
But there's no money in cures for cancer, you dinguses.
Myself are going to get killed. I don't like that.
I would love that if you were.
After the Bay of Pigs, John F. Kennedy angrily said that he was going to break the CIA into 1,000 pieces. I'd like you to respond to that.
I think that for him to have said that was probably a way of disguising from himself the fact that he himself was responsible for the
Darvo
fiasco with the Bay of Pigs. And I'm sure that that's something that haunted him for the rest of his days.
They can't help but just, like, be villains. Because they are. It haunted him for the rest of his days.
Meanwhile, Fidel's gamble had paid off.
Free tramp.
The rebel leader quickly purged a corrupt Cuba.
The mafia made a deal with Batista to allow a vast assemblage of gambling casinos, narcotics operations, vice operations to be developed in Cuba. And just shortly before Castro took over, the mob's base in Cuba was perhaps the equivalent of Las Vegas and Atlantic City today.
When Castro
control of Cuba. He seized all the American casinos and all their assets.
Once he closed the casinos, he closed up really the main source of funding for Cuba.
The bright lights of Havana's casinos dimmed for good, and the mob fled to safer shores, like the Gold Coast of Florida and the neon strips of Las Vegas.
A special report from Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Jack Anderson.
We stand today on the edge of a new frontier, the frontier of the 1960s.
How many men pulled the trigger? How has this conspiracy been kept secret for 25 years? And why are people still being threatened and killed for what they know? Who murdered JFK?
All the people you had in this film. Every single one of those people. Oh my God, is this Marita? I guess the blood drinking and the incest didn't save her in the end.
They used me to go back to kill him with 2 capsules of pills that were made by Chicago mafia members who worked with the FBI, CIA. And he said, "Did you come back to kill me?" I said, "Yes." Then he took the gun, the pistol, and he said, "Here, you can kill me if you want to kill me." But I had no intentions of killing him. I loved him still. And they couldn't understand that I loved him. Their brainwashing didn't work. I went to their school and knew how their training was, and I knew names.
Yeah, all their brainwashing and shit, like that she talks about the Cubans doing. I suspected this, but this just even more confirmed it. She kept, you know how she says that she was brainwashed and all this shit when when she like loses the baby or whatever. I think that's bullshit. I think that she had the baby and she knows that. Then after that is when the CIA took her, and I think they brainwashed her then. And she just said they're brainwashed, like she was talking about the CIA, not the Cubans this time, because this looks like it's like 15 years later after that.
Names and I know.
No, I hope the baby got to live a nice Cuban life. And he stayed the fuck away from Marita Lorenz and Taylor Lorenz and all their bullshit. Please.
Operations they were involved in. I knew.
It'd be a little hard to wash those brains with that helmet of hers. What is this old lady hair? What is the helmet hair?
Too much. I know who they target. Even Martin Luther King I know too much about. I've never talked about that. It's very complex, very interesting.
It's not complex or interesting. It's just racism and what the fucking Skull and Bones Society, you stupid ass. You got used, you dummy.
Very dangerous. They'll probably have a complete shit fit when this book comes out. And I'm gonna have to run somewhere.
That's his son, Mark.
Just wanted to. Why not?
Dude, I would have killed to interview Marita.
Oh. Why not tell the truth?
Why not? Why didn't you ever? Alright, dudes. It's probably that freaking time. snitches gonna get stitches. Knit snitches gonna get stitches. Knit snitches gonna get stitches. Knit stitch gonna get stitches. Knit snitch gonna get stitches. Heinrich gonna get stitches. Paul Heydrich, you motherfucking bitchless. Little kid, he went to Japanese. We know what you do. I forgot when the mic was now the mic should be in time. I hope it wasn't before, but now it is. Dude, yes. This is so freaking 150%. 2,060,000,000,000%. This is the most true thing in my life. He told me, Peter, you're gonna get what coming to your butt. Look at these ears. I know all about every one of you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get your ears. All W's. I say pause. Give up the gleam, you little bitch. Bitch boy. That's the truth, I know it. Little Timothy. His name is Paul Heydrich. Dude, I'm gonna tweet that at him tonight. Peter, your cousin Paul is gonna ruin all this for you. Just begin to fall. He said, all things pass. Is just his cousin. And I said, I'm not sure. Maybe he is. His name was the German. I must disagree. Oh no, sir. Paul Heydrich. That means Eddie Heydrich. Eddie, little Betty. Eddie, sweaty, sketty. Look at them ears, buddy. Look at them ears. Oh, buddy, Eddie boy. Can we see them big old ears? Do they have a V like your dad's? Are they gonna give it all up for you? I don't know, little Paul. I don't like Paul at all. I don't like Paul or Hydra. I don't like his ears. I don't like his eyes. I don't like Timothy or Paul. I'm never gonna like Tim or Paul. I hate Tim and Paul, and I hate fucking Eddie too, bitch. You're ugly. I don't like you, you Eddie boy. You are a liar, scammer, liar, bad little man. You are so bad. Don't like liars. Eddie, you gotta stop lying for the white supremacists. You freaking weirdo. Your grandpa is a Nazi. I bet my cat lollipop for sure. Not winky yet. Oh, Timothy looks just like Paul Heydrich. Oh, Timothy is Paul Heydrich. I bet my mama, I bet it. Timothy is Paul Heydrich. I bet the Timothy is Paul Heydrich. Timothy is Paul Heydrich. Look at them ears. Look at them ears, boy. Ears, boy. Look at them freaking ears. Ears, boy. Ears, boy. Ears, boy. Look at them big old freaking Paul W's. Look at them big old Paul W's. Look at them old big old Paul W's. Look at them ears. Holy shit, Paul. You should have cut them off. Oh. I'm going to tweet a picture of this to Paul and see what he thinks. Okay. Good night, guys. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out on Sunday. Fun day. Good night. Bye. Bye, Paul. Bye, Paul Heydrich. You fruitcake.